7 signs that someone dislikes you and is hiding it. Stoic philosophy. Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. Marcus Aurelius. Let's be honest. In life, not everyone will be brave enough to admit they don't like you. Instead, they'll hide behind fake smiles, half-hearted compliments, and superficial kindness. I've been there myself, thinking someone had my back, only to find out they were secretly hoping for my failure. It's a tough pill to swallow, but here's the hard truth. If you can't recognize the signs, you'll waste your time and energy on people who will never truly understand or respect you. So today, we're going to dive deep into this uncomfortable reality and uncover the 7 subtle signs that someone dislikes you but is hiding it. These signs can be easy to miss, but learning to spot them will save you from investing in the wrong relationships. You might not like everything you hear, but it's better to confront the truth now than to live in denial and let it chip away at your peace of mind. Stick with me as we explore these warning signs and learn how to protect your inner peace and self-respect. Welcome to Stoic in Your Life. If you're ready for more insights into Stoic philosophy and personal growth, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Hit that notification bell so you never miss a new video. Number 1. They're always joking about your flaws. Be tolerant with others and strict with yourself. Marcus Aurelius. This timeless Stoic principle sets the stage for today's topic. Understanding when someone dislikes you but hides it behind a veil of subtle behaviors. One of the most common signs is when someone is always joking about your flaws. At first glance, these jokes might seem harmless, maybe even playful. You might laugh along, thinking it's all in good fun. But over time, these seemingly lighthearted comments start to feel more like constant digs at your character, a way to chip away at your self-confidence without coming off as blatantly rude. In my own experience, I've seen how this dynamic plays out. Friends who, on the surface, seemed supportive but who would never miss a chance to make a joke about my shortcomings. They'd always have something to say about the way I dressed, spoke, or even the projects I was working on. At first, I thought it was just part of friendly banter, but eventually I started to notice a pattern. The jokes were always focused on my perceived weaknesses, never on my strengths. It wasn't long before I began questioning myself, wondering if these flaws they pointed out were really as glaring as they made them seem. And this is where the importance of recognizing these signs comes in. People who joke about your flaws aren't doing it out of love or affection. They're testing how much disrespect you'll tolerate. It's a subtle power play, a form of manipulation where they try to assert their dominance over you while keeping you in your place. By constantly pointing out your imperfections, they're telling you that you're beneath them. Worse, society has conditioned us to believe that if we can't take a joke, then we are the ones with the problem. But here's the Stoic truth. Just because someone masks their criticism in humor doesn't mean you should accept it. Seneca once said, "The greatest wealth is to live content with little." This doesn't just apply to material possessions, but also to how much negativity and disrespect we allow into our lives. You deserve to be around people who lift you up, not those who bring you down with sarcastic remarks disguised as humor. In modern life, especially in social and work environments, these passive-aggressive jokes can seem like the norm. Maybe you've been in meetings where a colleague always makes a snide remark about your contributions, or in social circles where a friend never misses a chance to tease you about something that hits a little too close to home. These aren't just harmless jokes. They're calculated digs meant to undermine your self-esteem. It's important to remember that true friends don't feel the need to knock you down to feel better about themselves. If you find yourself constantly being the punchline, it's time to take a step back and assess the relationship. Let's take another example. Have you ever noticed how some people only joke about your flaws and never your strengths? It's no coincidence. Their jokes are carefully aimed at making you second-guess yourself, at keeping you from realizing your full potential. They want you to stay exactly where you are, beneath them. This is a manipulation tactic that many people use without even realizing it. Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events." Realize this, and you will find strength. This means that while you may not control how others behave, you have full control over how you respond to it. You don't have to laugh along with every joke made at your expense. Instead, stand up for yourself and establish boundaries. Let others know that while you enjoy humor, you won't accept disrespect, even when it's disguised as a joke. In the workplace, this can be even more complicated. There may be someone who uses humor to undermine your authority or question your abilities, all under the guise of "just kidding." These jokes may start small, but over time, they can wear you down, making you question your skills and even your value in the team. The more you let these comments slide, the more empowered the other person feels to continue. Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Your response to these situations can either embolden the person making the jokes or signal to them that you won't tolerate such behavior. In friendships and relationships, the same principle applies. If someone is constantly joking about your flaws, they are subtly undermining your confidence, and over time, this can erode the foundation of trust and mutual respect that should be the core of any meaningful relationship. The lesson here is clear. Stop letting others define your self-worth with their so-called humor. It's one thing to engage in playful banter with friends, but when the jokes always seem to target your insecurities, it's time to ask yourself whether this relationship is truly beneficial for you. As the great philosopher Seneca said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." This means recognizing when someone's behavior, no matter how subtle, is harming you and having the courage to confront it. True growth, both personal and professional, comes from surrounding yourself with people who respect and support you, not those who belittle you under the guise of humor. Ultimately, it's about choosing to align yourself with people who uplift you. Life is too short to spend your time with those who can't see your value or respect your boundaries. If someone's form of friendship is to constantly point out your flaws, you owe it to yourself to walk away. Because at the end of the day, true friends don't need to bring you down to make themselves feel better. They celebrate your successes and help you grow through your challenges. As you navigate your relationships, remember these wise words from Epictetus. Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants. Apply this mindset to your social circle. Seek fewer relationships where disrespect is hidden behind laughter, and more where mutual respect and support are the foundation. The jokes that seem harmless on the surface can have a deep impact on how you see yourself if you allow them to. Always remember, you have the power to define how others treat you. The next time someone makes a joke at your expense, pause and ask yourself whether it's truly coming from a place of love, or if there's something more sinister at play. If it's the latter, don't be afraid to set boundaries and, if necessary, walk away. As the Stoics teach us, our peace of mind is our greatest possession, and we must guard it fiercely. So stay vigilant, stay strong, and always prioritize your mental and emotional well-being over the fake smiles and hollow compliments of those who don't have your best interests at heart. Number 2, they give compliments that sting like insults. Let's talk about those compliments that don't feel quite right, the ones that seem sweet on the surface but leave you questioning yourself afterward. This is one of the subtle signs that someone dislikes you but is hiding it, and it's often overlooked because it's wrapped in what seems like praise. These compliments sting like insults. They sound something like, "That's actually a pretty good idea for someone like you," or "You look great for your age." It's the kind of remark that makes you pause and wonder if you've just been complimented or insulted. And often, it's a mix of both. People who give these backhanded compliments are not just being nice. They're subtly putting you down while pretending to lift you up. In modern life, we see this behavior everywhere, from work environments to friendships, even in family settings. Perhaps you've been in a meeting, proud of a project you've worked hard on, only to have someone say, "Wow, this is better than I expected considering your experience." That statement immediately makes you feel like you weren't expected to achieve much in the first place. It's a psychological tactic that can slowly erode your confidence if you're not careful. Think about it. How often have you received a compliment that felt more like a hidden jab? This is a subtle form of manipulation that people use to keep you in check, to make sure you don't rise too high in their perception. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject." This quote reminds us that the opinions of others, especially those veiled in negativity, shouldn't define our worth. People who give these kinds of compliments often feel insecure themselves, and they mask their discomfort by undermining your accomplishments or qualities. Their words are crafted to sound positive, but are actually designed to make you doubt yourself. They don't want to confront their own inadequacies, so instead, they try to keep you second-guessing your abilities. This happens in everyday life far more often than we realize, whether it's at work when a colleague gives you a compliment that's really a way to remind you of your supposed inferiority, or even in social situations where someone tries to make themselves feel better by undercutting your success. For example, I remember working on a project that I had poured my heart into. After weeks of preparation, I finally presented it to a group of colleagues feeling proud of what I had accomplished. One of them smiled and said, "This is pretty good for someone with your background." It was as if they were complimenting me on a curve, implying that because of my background I wasn't expected to do well, and I had just exceeded those low expectations. That's the catch with backhanded compliments. They aren't designed to make you feel good, they're designed to remind you of your supposed limitations. Have you ever experienced something similar? How did it make you feel? Seneca said, "Sometimes even to live is an act of courage." In moments like these, it takes courage to not let those disguised insults define you. It takes strength to realize that these compliments say more about the person giving them than about you. When someone says something like, "You're smarter than you look," or "That's impressive, considering you're new to this," it's not about you. It's about them. They're projecting their own insecurities onto you, trying to feel superior while keeping you at a lower level. In modern life, especially in social media or work culture, these kinds of compliments are rampant. People feel the need to one-up each other or diminish someone else's success to feel secure on their own. But here's the truth. You don't have to accept those backhanded compliments. You can call them out for what they are, even if it makes things uncomfortable. For example, the next time someone gives you one of these compliments, you could respond with, "Thank you, but what do you mean by that?" This not only forces them to confront the insult hidden in their words, but also shows them that you're not playing their game. It shifts the power dynamic and makes them aware that you're fully conscious of their subtle attack. This approach is in line with Stoic philosophy, which teaches us to take control of our own reactions and not allow others to dictate how we feel about ourselves. In today's fast-paced, competitive world, these backhanded compliments can feel like they're just part of life. Maybe your boss says, "You did well on that report, considering you didn't have much guidance," or a friend remarks, "I didn't think you'd be able to handle that situation so well." These statements, although seemingly positive, leave a lingering feeling of inadequacy. They are subtle reminders that, in the eyes of the speaker, you are not expected to succeed or thrive. But here's where you need to step in and recognize the truth. These remarks reflect the limitations of the person giving them, not of you. In Stoicism, we are taught to focus on what we can control: our actions, our mindset, and our responses. As Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." When someone gives you a compliment that stings, choose to rise above it. Recognize it for what it is, and don't let it affect your sense of self-worth. One powerful way to handle these situations is by using them as a mirror to reflect on your own growth. Instead of internalizing the hidden insult, see it as an opportunity to reaffirm your confidence. If someone says, "That's great, considering you've never done this before," remind yourself that your value doesn't depend on their approval. You are capable, you are worthy, and their perception of you doesn't change that. In fact, Their need to make you feel less than may even signal that they see your potential and feel threatened by it. So, ask yourself, how do you handle these moments of disguised negativity? Do you let them drag you down, or do you stand firm in your own value? At the end of the day, life is too short to let other people's veiled insults affect your peace of mind. As we navigate through relationships, work environments, and social circles, it's essential to remember that true compliments should lift you up, not tear you down. The next time you receive a compliment that leaves you feeling worse rather than better, take a moment to reflect on the intention behind the words. Was it really meant to uplift? Or was it a subtle attempt to keep you in your place? The more you recognize these disguised insults, the easier it becomes to deflect them and maintain your self-worth. Don't let anyone's insecurity or need for superiority define how you see yourself. You are in control of your own narrative. The lesson here is simple but powerful. Not all compliments are meant to be flattering. Some are carefully disguised insults designed to keep you from reaching your full potential. It's up to you to recognize these subtle attacks and rise above them. By doing so, you not only protect your self-worth, but also set boundaries that prevent others from undermining your confidence. Remember the wisdom of the Stoics. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Let that strength guide you as you navigate through life, refusing to accept any compliment that comes with a sting. Your value is not determined by what others think of you, but by how you choose to see yourself. Keep that in mind, and you'll find that the opinions of others will no longer have the power to shake you. Number 3. They subtly exclude you from plans. Let's talk about a subtle but significant sign that someone might dislike you, and it's one of the most painful: being excluded from plans. It's something that's often brushed off as accidental, but when it happens over and over again, it's hard not to notice. Maybe you've been there, checking your phone and seeing photos or hearing stories of a group of friends having a great time at a dinner, a party, or a weekend getaway you weren't invited to. When you casually bring it up later, they say, "Oh, it was last minute," or "We thought you were busy." But deep down, you know the truth. If they wanted you there, they would have made sure you knew about it. This kind of social exclusion isn't just thoughtlessness, it's a deliberate choice, and it's a way for them to send a message without saying anything at all. It's one of the clearest signs that you're not as valued as you might have thought. And it stings because it's done quietly, leaving you to question your worth in their eyes. Now, I'm sure you've experienced something like this at some point. And maybe, like me, you've tried to brush it off, telling yourself that it was just a mistake or that they didn't mean to leave you out. But let's face it, if it keeps happening, it's not a mistake. It's a choice. The truth is, people who care about you make an effort to include you no matter how last minute the plans are. Have you ever noticed how easy it is for some people to conveniently forget to invite you, yet they always seem to remember to include others? That's not an oversight, it's intentional. When someone is subtly excluding you from their plans, they're making it clear that you don't matter as much to them as others do. And here's where it gets tough. Because this kind of exclusion is passive-aggressive, it's easy to dismiss it and make excuses for them. But the reality is that these actions speak louder than words. Think about it for a moment. If you were important to them, wouldn't they make sure you were included? This isn't about making excuses for their behavior, but about recognizing the truth for what it is. Marcus Aurelius, the great Stoic philosopher, once said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." This quote reminds us that we don't need to justify the actions of others or try to fit ourselves into places where we're clearly not wanted. We should focus on surrounding ourselves with people who value us and treat us with respect. Exclusion, whether subtle or not, is a form of rejection, and it's crucial to recognize it before it erodes your self-worth. When it comes to modern life, especially in today's fast-paced world filled with social media, this type of exclusion is even more common. Maybe you've seen friends post pictures of a fun night out, and you wonder why you weren't invited. Or perhaps you've been the one who wasn't informed about a big event that everyone else seemed to know about. It's in these moments that we must remember the importance of self-respect. People who truly care about you don't forget to include you. They make sure you know you're welcome. Have you ever asked yourself why you keep making excuses for people who constantly leave you out? Why do we allow ourselves to believe that these actions are unintentional when they clearly aren't? The Stoics teach us that our peace of mind is more valuable than any friendship that causes us pain. Epictetus, another prominent Stoic philosopher, said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This means that while you can't control whether someone includes you in their plans, you can control how you let it affect you. Instead of feeling hurt and questioning your worth, take it as a sign that maybe this relationship isn't as strong as you thought, and that's okay. Not everyone in your life is meant to stay, and that's a hard truth to accept. But once you do, you'll find yourself surrounded by people who truly appreciate your presence and make the effort to include you in their lives. Here's the thing. Allowing yourself to be repeatedly excluded isn't just about them, it's about you. It's about the standards you set for how people treat you. If you keep accepting these excuses, if you keep pretending that it doesn't bother you, then you're giving them permission to continue treating you as an afterthought. Have you ever confronted someone about being left out, only to have them brush it off and act like it wasn't a big deal? This is where you need to ask yourself if that relationship is really worth holding on to. Why stay in the company of people who don't see your value? The modern world often teaches us that it's better to keep quiet, to avoid conflict, and to not make waves. But the Stoic approach is different. It teaches us that it's better to confront uncomfortable truths than to live in quiet denial. If you keep allowing others to exclude you without addressing it, you're slowly letting them decide your place in their lives. Instead, take control of your own narrative. You deserve to be around people who want you in their lives, not those who only invite you when it's convenient or when they have no other options. One powerful story I've encountered is of a man who consistently found himself being left out by his group of friends. Time and again, they'd go out, attend events, or plan weekend trips without informing him. For a long time, he stayed quiet, convincing himself that it wasn't a big deal. But eventually he realized that these so-called friends were making a clear statement by their actions. They didn't value him as much as he thought they did, so he did something many people fear. He called them out on it. He simply asked, "Why wasn't I invited?" The answers were awkward and defensive, but it opened his eyes to the reality of his relationships. He learned that by confronting the issue head-on, he gained clarity and was able to move forward, investing his time in friendships that were mutual and respectful. So here's the question I want you to ask yourself. Are you surrounding yourself with people who make you feel valued? Or are you allowing yourself to be excluded, making excuses for others while ignoring your own feelings? It's important to recognize that being left out isn't just about missing an event or a gathering. It's about how much effort people are willing to make to include you in their lives. True friends will always make sure you feel included, even if it's last minute or unplanned. They'll reach out because they care. So, if you find yourself constantly on the outside looking in, it's time to reevaluate those relationships. At the end of the day, life is too short to spend it with people who make you feel like an afterthought. As you continue to grow and develop your understanding of yourself and those around you, remember the wisdom of the Stoics. Surround yourself with those who lift you up, who see your worth, and who actively choose to include you in their lives. Don't settle for relationships where you're only invited when it's convenient. You deserve better than that. By recognizing the signs of exclusion and addressing them, you take control of your own happiness. As Seneca wisely said, "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." Part of that learning process is understanding who truly values you and who doesn't, and having the courage to act on that knowledge. Thank you for joining us in today's video. Before we move on to the next part, I want to take a moment to express my sincere gratitude to each and every one of you. It's an absolute pleasure to have you as part of our growing community. Whether you're new here or have been with us for a while, I encourage you to share your story, your thoughts, or personal impressions in the comments below. If you're not sure what to say, that's okay too. You can simply comment, "I am a newbie" if you've just joined us, or "I am Stoic" if you've been following along with us for a while. Your engagement means so much to us and serves as a tremendous source of motivation to continue creating content that resonates with you. All right, let's continue this journey of growth and wisdom together, shall we? Number 4, they're busy only when it comes to you. Time is the most valuable thing a man can spend. Theophrastus. This quote resonates when you think about one of the clearest signs that someone dislikes you. They're always busy, but only when it comes to you. Have you ever reached out to a friend or someone you care about, suggesting to catch up, and their response is, "I'd love to, but I'm just so busy"? You think, fair enough, life is hectic. But over time you notice a pattern. They always seem to have time for other people, going out with mutual friends, attending events, or posting photos of their free time on social media, yet somehow, they're constantly too swamped when it comes to spending time with you. This isn't just about them being busy, it's about priorities. People make time for the things and people they care about. When someone is always too busy for you, it's a strong sign that you're not a priority in their life. Now, we all know that modern life is demanding. With work, family, and personal commitments, people often struggle to balance everything. But that's exactly the point. We prioritize what and who is important to us. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." In this case, the thoughts of those who continually brush you off are clear. They're not putting you first, and it's time to recognize that. Being busy isn't an excuse when someone truly cares. If they can make time for others but not for you, that's a reflection of how they value the relationship. It's tough to swallow, but it's better to face this reality than to continue fooling yourself into thinking they're just overbooked. When someone is too busy for you repeatedly, it sends a message. It's their way of keeping you at a distance without having to confront the truth. This type of behavior is often passive-aggressive, and it's designed to leave you hanging, wondering what went wrong, when in reality, nothing has changed except how much they value your presence. In modern friendships and relationships, this is one of the clearest signs of disinterest. People will make time for what they prioritize, and if you're not on that list, it's time to step back and reassess where you stand in their life. Have you ever found yourself in a situation where someone seemed to always be too busy, for you but not for others? Did it make you question the relationship? And how long did you let it go before realizing what was happening? The Stoics teach us that we cannot control others, only our reactions to their behavior. As Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." Instead of feeling frustrated or hurt by their constant excuses, use this moment to shift your perspective. You don't need to chase after someone's attention if they are not willing to make time for you. The real lesson here is that you deserve better. Your time is valuable, and it should be spent with people who genuinely appreciate and respect you. If they're constantly too busy, it's time to respect yourself enough to stop investing in them. In today's world, we often get caught up in the illusion of being busy. We wear it like a badge of honor, as if the busier we are, the more important we must be. But in reality, this busyness can sometimes serve as a mask for avoidance. By claiming they are too busy, people avoid the uncomfortable conversations or decisions they should be making. When someone repeatedly tells you they're swamped, yet they're always free for others, you have to question why they're choosing to avoid you. It's a subtle way of pushing you away without having to say it outright, and unfortunately, it's a tactic used by many people who lack the courage to face a relationship's changing dynamics. But here's where your power lies. You don't have to wait around for them to realize your value. You can take control by deciding to stop putting in the effort with someone who won't do the same for you. When I think about this issue, I'm reminded of a friend who constantly made plans with others but somehow never had the time when I reached out. It took a while for me to see the pattern, but once I did, it became clear. The excuses always came. Work was crazy, family commitments were overwhelming, they were just too exhausted this week. but then I'd see photos of them out with other friends, attending events, or simply enjoying their time. It wasn't about them being busy, it was about them not prioritizing me. And that realization hit hard, but it also brought clarity. Why should I keep investing in someone who wouldn't do the same for me? So here's a question. Are you finding yourself constantly waiting for someone to make time for you? If so, it might be time to rethink the relationship. Ask yourself if this person is truly worth your energy, or if you're just holding on to the idea of who they used to be in your life. Sometimes we stay connected to people out of nostalgia, not because the relationship is still healthy or mutually beneficial. The Stoic approach to this is simple. Focus on what is in your control. You can't make someone care or prioritize you, but you can decide how much time and effort you're willing to give them. As Seneca wisely said, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Surround yourself with those who value your presence and reciprocate your energy, not those who leave you feeling like an afterthought. If you're constantly hearing, "I'm too busy," remember that it's not your responsibility to keep chasing someone who doesn't make time for you. Life is too short to spend it waiting for people who don't value your time. Think about your own priorities and how you spend your days. Do you make time for the people who matter to you? Or do you find yourself using busyness as an excuse to avoid certain situations? This reflection can help you understand the dynamics in your relationships and ensure that you're not guilty of the same behavior. At the end of the day, being busy is not a valid excuse when it comes to meaningful relationships. People who truly care about you will find a way to include you in their lives, no matter how hectic things get. The next time someone tells you they're too busy, take a step back and consider whether they're genuinely overextended or if they're subtly telling you that you're not a priority. Once you see the pattern, it's up to you to decide whether to confront the issue or let go of the relationship entirely. Either way, remember that your time is valuable and it should be spent with people who genuinely want to be a part of your life. Stoic philosophy teaches us to value ourselves and not to seek validation from others. When someone keeps making excuses, take it as a sign to refocus your energy on those who truly matter. Don't waste your time waiting for someone who is too busy for you. Use that time to strengthen the connections with those who truly appreciate your presence. Number 5. They avoid physical contact like the plague. Physical contact is one of the simplest and most powerful ways to connect with others, and when someone avoids it with you, it speaks volumes. Let's be clear, physical touch is a basic form of human interaction, whether it's a handshake, a pat on the back, or a simple hug. It's a way we signal trust, warmth, and connection. But what does it mean when someone goes out of their way to avoid even the smallest forms of physical contact? This avoidance is more than just a personal quirk. It's a clear indication that they feel uncomfortable around you. And while we all have different comfort levels with touch, there's a noticeable difference when someone deliberately avoids contact with just you, yet seems perfectly fine with everyone else. It's not just about their personal preferences. It's about how they feel toward you. Have you ever tried to greet someone with a handshake or a hug, only to feel them pull away or awkwardly recoil? That instant awkwardness you felt wasn't just in your head. It was a signal that they weren't interested in getting closer, either physically or emotionally. This avoidance of physical contact can manifest in everyday life in subtle ways. You might notice that a colleague who is warm and friendly with others becomes stiff or distant when you're around. Or maybe you've experienced this in a social setting where friends are comfortable hugging everyone except for you. At first, it's easy to brush off. Maybe you tell yourself, they're just not the touchy-feely type. But then you start seeing the pattern. They're fine with everyone else, but when it comes to you, they keep their distance. This is a form of silent communication, a way for them to express their discomfort or dislike without saying a word. The Stoics believe that actions speak louder than words, and in this case, their avoidance is speaking clearly. Epictetus once said, "We cannot choose our external circumstances, but we can always choose how we respond to them." And in this case, recognizing the avoidance of physical contact gives you the power to respond thoughtfully, rather than letting it chip away at your self-worth. Now, you might be wondering, why does physical contact matter so much? In modern life, we've seen how physical interactions, even casual ones, build trust and rapport. Think about handshakes during job interviews, friendly hugs with loved ones, or even a simple high five. These gestures create connections, reinforce bonds, and convey warmth. So when someone avoids these interactions with you, they're sending a message, consciously or unconsciously, that they're uncomfortable with your presence. It's a subtle but powerful signal that shouldn't be ignored. The philosopher Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." But in this case, the reality is clear. Avoiding physical contact is a sign of discomfort or even hidden resentment. Have you ever been in a situation where you reached out for a handshake, only for the other person to make it awkward? How did that make you feel, and did it change your perspective on that relationship? It's important to acknowledge that not everyone is naturally inclined toward physical touch. Some people simply don't like being touched, and that's perfectly okay. But when someone avoids touching only you, while being perfectly comfortable with others, that's a red flag. It's like they're setting up an invisible barrier telling you, "I don't want you in my personal space." And in many cases, this barrier extends beyond just physical avoidance. It often represents an emotional distance as well. They're keeping you at arm's length, both literally and figuratively. This can happen in any type of relationship, whether it's a friend, a colleague, or even a romantic partner. Over time, the avoidance becomes more noticeable and can leave you feeling confused or rejected, especially if the person continues to be physically affectionate with others. I remember a time when I had a colleague who would regularly shake hands with others and even engage in friendly backslaps or shoulder pats. But with me, they would noticeably back away when I extended my hand. It didn't take long for me to realize that this was more than just a lack of enthusiasm for physical contact. It was a sign that they didn't feel comfortable around me. It was a tough realization, but once I acknowledged it, I stopped taking it personally and understood that this behavior was more about them than about me. The Stoics teach us to focus on what we can control, and in this case, I chose to stop seeking validation through physical gestures and instead focused on maintaining professionalism and respect, despite the coldness from the other side. In relationships, especially romantic ones, physical contact is even more crucial. It's a way we express love, trust, and affection. When someone avoids touching you, it often signals a deeper issue, such as emotional disconnection or unresolved tension. If you're in a relationship where your partner avoids physical touch, it's essential to address this directly. Ask yourself, what's changed, and how can I communicate better about this? The avoidance of touch can be a sign of unresolved conflicts, a shift in feelings, or simply a growing emotional gap that needs to be addressed. The Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius advised, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." And this applies to relationships as well. If you're constantly worrying about why someone is avoiding touch, it's time to have an honest conversation and clarify what's really going on. So, what's the lesson here? When someone avoids physical contact with you, they're sending a message even if they don't realize it. It could be discomfort, dislike, or a deeper emotional issue, but it's crucial to recognize and not dismiss these signs. As the Stoics taught, it's not about controlling the actions of others, but about understanding how to respond wisely. If you notice someone constantly avoiding physical contact with you but not others, it's time to evaluate the relationship. Ask yourself if this is a pattern, and if so, consider having an open conversation to address it. Don't let the avoidance make you feel less valued. Instead, recognize that this is a signal for you to either address the underlying issue or perhaps distance yourself from relationships that aren't reciprocal. The way someone responds to physical contact, or avoids it, tells you a lot about how they view you. Life is too short to chase after connections where you're met with resistance or discomfort. As Seneca reminds us, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Surround yourself with those who are comfortable in your presence, who don't shy away from connection, and who make you feel valued both emotionally and physically. If you're constantly met with avoidance, take it as a sign that it's time to reassess that relationship and decide whether it's worth your energy. Number 6. They disappear when you need support. Let's be honest, one of the clearest signs that someone dislikes you, or at the very least, doesn't truly value your relationship, is when they disappear when you need them the most. We've all been there, going through a rough patch, dealing with a personal crisis, or just needing a friend to lean on, and somehow, those people who once seemed close are suddenly unavailable. They have every excuse ready. "I've been busy," "I meant to call you," or "things have been crazy lately." But in reality, when things get tough, they choose not to be there for you. And that hurts because, as human beings, we naturally rely on those we care about during difficult times. The great philosopher Seneca once said, "One of the most beautiful qualities of true friendship is to understand and to be understood." But when someone avoids you during moments of need, they're showing a lack of understanding, empathy, and emotional connection. And that's when you must start questioning the true nature of your relationship. In modern life, we all have obligations: work, family, personal responsibilities. But true friends, the ones who genuinely care, make time for you, even when it's inconvenient. It's not about them always having the perfect solution to your problem. Sometimes it's just about their presence, showing up, or even just a quick message to say, "I'm here if you need me." When someone is consistently absent during your lowest points, it reveals a lot about how they view the relationship. Have you ever had a moment where you needed support, only to find out that those you thought were your closest friends were nowhere to be found? That's not just a mistake or a coincidence. That's a pattern. And patterns, especially ones like these, are red flags. The Stoics taught us that we cannot control the actions of others, only how we react to them. As Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." In this case, instead of feeling hurt and abandoned, it's important to shift your perspective. If someone repeatedly disappears when you need support, it's time to acknowledge the truth. They are not a friend who deserves your trust or energy. Their absence speaks louder than any excuse they can give, and continuing to chase after their attention or understanding only diminishes your own self-respect. You must take control of your response to this behavior. Why waste emotional energy on people who are only there during the good times but vanish the moment life gets hard? Consider this. How many times have you been there for someone when they were struggling? How often have you shown up, made time, and been the friend you wish to have in return? It's likely more than you can count. And when we invest that kind of energy into relationships, it's only natural to expect some level of reciprocity. But when that doesn't happen, when people fail to reciprocate, it's a sign that the relationship is one-sided. You're giving more than you're receiving, and over time, that imbalance takes a toll. It's exhausting to be the one always offering support, but never receiving it in return. So, ask yourself, are you surrounding yourself with people who would be there for you, or are you investing time and emotional energy in those who disappear when things get tough? A friend of mine went through a particularly challenging period in his life. He had been there for his friends through countless crises, offering his time, advice, and a shoulder to lean on. But when he found himself in need, when he was going through a personal crisis that shook him to his core, he noticed something alarming. His phone was silent. The same people he had supported were nowhere to be found. They weren't there to listen, offer a kind word, or even check in. And that was a wake-up call for him. It forced him to reevaluate who he considered true friends and who was just there for convenience. And that's the key point. Friendships built on convenience crumble when faced with real challenges. This brings us back to one of the core teachings of Stoicism, self-reliance. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." If you're constantly focusing on the disappointment of others not being there for you, it can lead to frustration, sadness, and feelings of abandonment. But when you shift your mindset to one of self-reliance, understanding that not everyone is capable or willing to provide the support you need. You free yourself from those emotional chains. You begin to understand that your happiness and peace of mind aren't dependent on others showing up for you, but on how you show up for yourself. You realize that it's better to have a few genuine connections than to surround yourself with many people who disappear when times get tough. So what can you do when you realize someone constantly disappears when you need support? First, stop chasing after them. You don't need to beg for someone's time or attention. Second, evaluate whether that relationship is truly worth holding on to. If someone isn't there for you when it matters most, are they really adding value to your life? Third, invest your time in relationships that are reciprocal, those where support, understanding, and care flow both ways. There's a Stoic lesson in all of this. It's not about the number of people in your life, but the quality of those relationships. True friendships are built on mutual respect, understanding, and support. If someone disappears when you're in need, they've shown you their priorities, and unfortunately, you're not one of them. Think about your current relationships. Are there people in your life who only seem to be around for the good times? Do they suddenly become scarce when you're struggling? It's easy to make excuses for them, to justify their behavior by saying they're busy or overwhelmed. But deep down, you know that people make time for those who matter to them. If they're consistently unavailable when you need them, it's not about their busy schedule. It's about where you stand in their life. And that realization, while painful, is crucial for your growth and well-being. At the end of the day, you deserve relationships where support isn't conditional. You deserve friends who will be there, not just when things are fun and easy, but also when life gets messy and hard. So the next time you notice someone disappearing when you need support, take it as a sign. A sign that maybe, just maybe, it's time to stop investing so much energy into that relationship and instead focus on the people who truly show up for you. As Seneca wisely said, associate with people who are likely to improve you. Surround yourself with those who lift you up, who support you in times of need, and who genuinely care about your well-being. Life is too short to invest in fair-weather friendships. If you've made it this far, you're truly in tune with Stoic wisdom. Drop a comment saying, "I see the signs," to show you're committed to understanding and improving your relationships. Stick around. The journey to a stronger, more resilient you is just beginning. Number 7. They gossip about you behind your back. Character is destiny, said Heraclitus, and it's a sentiment that becomes painfully clear when we consider the impact of gossip. One of the most harmful signs that someone dislikes you but hides it is when they gossip about you behind your back. It's a betrayal that stings deeply because gossip is rarely about the truth. It's about manipulating perceptions, tearing down reputations, and spreading negativity in the shadows. You might have felt this before. Someone you trusted or thought highly of, who behind closed doors is undermining you, sharing your personal struggles or mistakes with others, all while pretending to be supportive to your face. When people gossip about you, it's not just idle chatter. It's a reflection of their character and their insecurities. As Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic philosophers, once said, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." When you discover that someone has been gossiping about you, it's tempting to retaliate, to defend yourself, or even to spread rumors about them in return. But remember, Stoicism teaches us to rise above petty behavior, and instead focus on what we can control, our own actions, our own integrity. Now, gossip isn't always as obvious as a whisper behind your back. It can be subtle, disguised as concern or curiosity. A colleague might say, "I heard he's having trouble at home," or, "Did you know she didn't get the promotion because she's struggling?" These remarks often get framed as if they're meant to help or inform, but they are nothing more than toxic seeds planted to damage your reputation or make you question yourself. And what's worse is when it comes from people you consider friends. It's easy to expect gossip from casual acquaintances or people you're not close with, but when it's someone within your circle, it feels like a deeper betrayal. Have you ever experienced the pain of hearing something untrue about yourself from someone you trusted? How did it make you feel? And more importantly, how did you respond? The Stoics teach us that we cannot control the actions or words of others, but we can control how we respond. Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." So, when you find out someone is gossiping about you, don't let it destroy your peace of mind. Gossip often says more about the person spreading it than the subject it's aimed at. People who gossip are usually insecure and use it as a way to divert attention from their own flaws or shortcomings. When someone talks behind your back, they're revealing their true colors, not yours. This is a crucial point to remember. It's not your job to chase down every rumor or defend yourself against every whisper. Instead, maintain your integrity and let your actions speak louder than any gossip ever could. In modern life, gossip spreads faster than ever, thanks to social media and constant digital communication. It's easy for rumors to start, and even easier for them to grow and spread without your knowledge. Maybe you've seen this in your workplace, where a single misunderstanding spirals into a full-blown narrative about your performance or personal life. Or perhaps within social circles, where one offhand comment turns into a story that paints you in a negative light. The temptation is always to confront the gossiper, to clear your name. But here's the thing. Gossipers thrive on attention. They want to know that their words have power over you. As Seneca wisely put it, "It is a great thing to know the season for speech and the season for silence." In many cases, silence is the most powerful response. By refusing to engage with the drama, you take away the fuel that gossipers rely on. They want a reaction. They want conflict. By not giving it to them, you assert control over the situation. Think about the times in your life when someone gossiped about you. Did the rumors ultimately define who you were, or did your actions and character speak for themselves? Gossip is like a shadow. It follows you but can never truly harm you unless you let it. The Stoic approach is to recognize gossip for what it is, a distraction. The people who matter in your life, whether it's your friends, family, or trusted colleagues, won't be swayed by idle chatter. They know your character and your values, and that's what will stand the test of time. So instead of wasting energy worrying about what others are saying, focus on living your life in alignment with your principles. As Marcus Aurelius said, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one." However, just because we choose not to engage with gossip doesn't mean we ignore the harm it can do. If someone is gossiping about you, especially in a professional setting, it's important to protect your reputation with actions, not words. Continue to be reliable, maintain your work ethic, and let your results speak for themselves. Over time, people will see the truth, and the gossip will lose its power. Have you ever wondered why some people feel the need to spread rumors? It often comes from a place of jealousy, envy, or fear. They see something in you, success, confidence, or potential, that they lack, and instead of working on themselves, they choose to tear you down. Recognizing this can help you understand that gossip isn't about you at all. It's about them. One story that illustrates this comes from a friend of mine who worked in a competitive corporate environment. He was excelling in his role, but behind the scenes, a coworker began spreading false rumors about his work ethic and even personal life. At first, it was devastating, hearing that people were questioning his integrity, but instead of confronting the coworker or getting caught up in the gossip, he doubled down on his work, ensuring that his performance was beyond reproach. Over time, the rumors faded, and his reputation remained intact because his actions spoke louder than any gossip ever could. This is the lesson we all need to remember. What others say about you doesn't define you. How you choose to live your life does. So, what's the lesson here? When people gossip about you behind your back, they're revealing their own insecurities and weaknesses, not yours. The Stoic response is not to retaliate, not to engage, but to rise above it. Focus on your own path. Maintain your integrity, and let your actions speak for themselves. Gossip may be hurtful in the moment, but it will never have the lasting impact that your character and behavior will. In the end, people will remember how you handled yourself with grace, not the words of someone too afraid to speak to you directly. As Epictetus said, "If evil be spoken of you and it be true, correct yourself. If it is a lie, laugh at it." Let this wisdom guide you the next time you encounter gossip, and remember that your worth is not defined by the words of others, but by how you choose to live. As we've explored in this video, recognizing the subtle signs that someone dislikes you but is hiding it is not just about identifying toxic behaviors. It's about protecting your own mental well-being and fostering relationships that genuinely uplift you. By applying the principles of Stoicism to your daily life, you can develop the emotional strength to distance yourself from negative influences, set clear boundaries, and focus on building meaningful connections that bring you happiness and growth. Remember, the people who matter in your life are those who support you and encourage your personal development. Are you surrounding yourself with individuals who inspire you to be the best version of yourself? Or are you holding on to relationships that drain your energy? We'd love to hear your thoughts. Drop a comment below and share your experiences with these subtle signs. Have you encountered them before? And how did you handle them? If you found this video insightful, please give it a like and share it with others who may benefit from this wisdom. And don't forget to subscribe to Stoic in Your Life to stay updated on more valuable content around Stoic philosophy and practical life lessons. Hit the notification bell so you never miss an upcoming video. Remember, your peace of mind is priceless, and living in alignment with Stoic principles will guide you to a life of purpose, resilience, and true happiness. Stay strong, stay stoic. Stop talking, start doing. Take action now. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca, Musonius Rufus. First, say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. Epictetus. Welcome back to Stoic in Your Life. Today we are diving deep into one of the most powerful principles of self-growth. Stop talking, start doing, take action now. This isn't just about planning for the future or thinking about what you could be. This is about turning those thoughts into real, tangible action. The Stoics, from Epictetus to Marcus Aurelius, understood that wisdom is only meaningful when it's applied. It's easy to get stuck in a cycle of overthinking, waiting for the perfect moment, or endlessly discussing plans, but none of that will bring true change. What really matters is what you do. If you've been feeling stuck, waiting for the right time to start, today's the day to break free from that inaction. Whether it's improving your relationships, advancing in your career, or working on personal goals, the time to start is now. As Seneca wisely said, "While we wait for life, life passes." The Stoics remind us that time is fleeting, and we must make the most of it by living in accordance with our values and taking consistent action toward our goals. So, are you ready to move beyond words and begin making real progress in your life? Let's get started. Lesson 1. Stoic Style. It's about inner substance. Too often, especially in modern society, we place tremendous value on how we appear to others. We get caught up in superficial markers of success, how we dress, the kind of car we drive, or the status we portray online. But the Stoics teach us something profoundly different. It's not about the image you project to the world, but the person you are when no one is watching. True strength, beauty, and success come from within, from the virtues you cultivate and the principles you live by. Musonius Rufus once said, "For philosophy doesn't consist in outward display, but in taking heed to what is needed and being mindful of it." The Stoic idea of style isn't about fashion, it's about character. It's about building a foundation that withstands the test of time, regardless of how the world changes around you. This idea may seem countercultural in today's world, where social media highlights appearances and status symbols, but for men aged 30 to 65, this is where the real value lies. The trappings of wealth and success may come and go, but who you are as a person, how you treat others, how you handle adversity, and how you stay true to your principles will define you more than any material possession ever could. As Marcus Aurelius reminds us, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. This call to action is not about proving yourself to others, but about holding yourself accountable to your own values. To live with inner substance, you must first know yourself. The Stoics emphasize self-awareness as the bedrock of all personal development. Socrates' timeless advice, "Know thyself," resonates with anyone looking to live authentically. Ask yourself, what are my core values? Am I living in a way that reflects those values, or am I distracted by external validation? Without this inner clarity, you risk being swept away by the opinions and expectations of others. The Stoics challenge you to focus not on impressing the world, but on embodying the virtues that matter most to you. Whether it's honesty, courage, integrity, or patience, these are the qualities that should define your life, not what others think of you. In modern life, this idea becomes even more critical. Society constantly pressures us to perform, to succeed by certain standards, and to chase after material wealth as a measure of our worth. But true success, according to the Stoics, is living in accordance with your values. He who is not contented with what he has would not be contented with what he would like to have, said Socrates. It's not about accumulating more, but about being satisfied with who you are and the life you're living. For men in their 30s, 40s, 50s, and beyond, this lesson becomes more relevant as we navigate the pressures of career, family, and societal expectations. At the end of the day, the question isn't how much you've achieved in the eyes of the world, but whether you've lived in a way that aligns with your values. Living a life of substance means making your actions speak louder than words. It's easy to talk about what you value, but the real measure of your character comes from how you act. As Epictetus said, "Don't explain your philosophy, embody it." The Stoics knew that actions speak far more loudly than grand speeches or public declarations. Your real character is revealed in those quiet moments when no one is looking, when you choose to do the right thing, not because it's expected or rewarded, but because it aligns with who you are. In today's world, it's tempting to seek recognition for every action, to post every good deed on social media for validation. But the Stoic approach is much more profound. It teaches us to do what is right, because it is right, not because we seek applause or external approval. The wisdom of the Stoics extends into how we deal with adversity and challenges. In a world where people often measure success by how much they can accumulate, or how perfect their lives appear, the Stoics remind us that true success is measured by how we handle difficulty. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful men of his time, wrote in his Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This is one of the most important lessons for any man. You cannot control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond. By focusing on your internal values, you free yourself from being a victim of circumstance. The external world may throw challenges your way, but if you've built a foundation of inner substance, you'll have the strength to weather any storm. Lesson 2. The Path to Becoming, a Stoic Guide to Purposeful Living. The Stoics believed that the journey to self-improvement and fulfillment doesn't start with external circumstances. It begins with an internal decision, a clear vision of the person you want to be and the relentless pursuit of becoming that person. It's easy to get lost in the busyness of modern life, with distractions constantly pulling you away from your true path. But purposeful living requires you to be fully aware of who you are and where you want to go. In a world full of noise, the ability to stop, reflect, and take deliberate action is one of the most valuable skills you can cultivate. The Stoics understood this centuries ago, and their wisdom is more relevant today than ever before. Think about it. How often do you find yourself caught up in day-to-day tasks, forgetting the bigger picture of your life? Are you living according to your values, or are you simply reacting to the circumstances around you? These are the types of questions the Stoics ask themselves regularly. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most well-known Stoic philosophers, famously wrote, "Waste no more time arguing what a good man should be. Be one." This statement cuts straight to the core of what it means to live with intention. It's not about waiting for the perfect moment or endlessly debating what you should do. It's about taking action every single day that moves you closer to the person you want to become. The world doesn't need more people talking about what they plan to do. It needs more people actually doing it. In modern life, we are bombarded with information, choices, and obligations. It can feel overwhelming to know where to start or what the right path is. But here's the thing. The Stoics teach us that you are in control of how you respond to life. You may not be able to control what happens around you, but you absolutely have control over how you react to it. This is the essence of purposeful living. It's about being the captain of your own ship, steering your life according to your values and your goals, not letting external forces push you off course. Consider this. When you wake up each morning, do you have a clear sense of purpose, or do you let the day control you? Are you setting your own agenda, or are you simply reacting to what comes your way? The difference between living with intention and drifting through life is profound, and it all starts with understanding what truly matters to you. A great example of this in modern life can be seen in how people approach their careers. Many people spend years in jobs they don't enjoy because they think it's what they're supposed to do, or because they've never taken the time to reflect on what they actually want. But then there are those who wake up one day and decide to make a change. They quit the job that's draining them, they pursue a passion that excites them, and they begin to live life on their own terms. This is a perfect illustration of what the Stoics teach us about purposeful living. It's never too late to take control and start living intentionally. The choice to live a meaningful life is yours to make, and it can begin at any moment. As Epictetus said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." So, what's stopping you from making that change right now? Purposeful living also involves embracing the challenges that come your way. The Stoics believed that adversity was not something to be feared, but something to be embraced, because it's through struggle that we grow and become stronger. Musonius Rufus said, "There is no better way to improve yourself than to face difficulties with courage and perseverance." This mindset is critical in today's fast-paced world, where so many people shy away from challenges, seeking comfort and ease. But comfort doesn't lead to growth. Think about a time in your life when you faced a difficult situation. Did it ultimately make you stronger, more resilient, more capable? If you reflect honestly, you'll likely realize that your most significant periods of growth came not from moments of comfort, but from moments of challenge. The Stoics teach us to welcome these challenges because they are opportunities for self-improvement and personal growth. So what does this mean for you? It means that in your daily life, you should be constantly asking yourself whether you are living intentionally. Are you focused on becoming the best version of yourself? Or are you getting lost in distractions? One of the greatest pieces of advice from the Stoics is to simplify your life. As Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." If you find yourself constantly overwhelmed, stressed, or dissatisfied, it may be because you are spending too much time on things that don't matter. Purposeful living is about cutting out the noise and focusing on what's truly important to you. This might mean saying no to certain commitments, changing your habits, or even shifting your career path. But the most important thing is that you take control and make these decisions consciously, instead of letting life happen to you. And here's where I want you to reflect. What is one area of your life where you've been coasting, rather than living intentionally? Take a moment to really think about it. Maybe it's your health, your relationships, or your career. Maybe it's the way you spend your free time. Whatever it is, ask yourself, are you taking deliberate actions that align with your values and your long-term goals, or are you just going through the motions? The Stoics teach us that life is too short to be lived passively. Every day is an opportunity to become a little bit better. to move a little closer to the person you want to be. The lesson is clear. The path to becoming is not some distant goal or unreachable ideal. It's something you live every single day, in the small choices you make, in the way you respond to challenges, and in the clarity of your purpose. As you go about your day today, I challenge you to think deeply about the path you're on. Are you living intentionally, or are you allowing life to dictate your actions? Remember, the Stoics teach us that you have the power to choose. You have the power to take control, to stop talking, and to start doing. The question is, will you take that power and use it? It's time to stop waiting, stop planning, and start acting. Lesson 3. Stoic actions. Deeds speak louder than words. Don't explain your philosophy. Embody it. Epictetus. It's a simple yet powerful reminder that talking about who you want to be or what you believe is meaningless without action. The Stoics, especially Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Musonius Rufus, were all about living their principles rather than just discussing them. You can spend hours talking about your goals, values, and virtues, but until you take action, none of it truly matters. So let me ask you, are you living your philosophy, or are you just talking about it? The Stoic philosophy revolves around the idea that wisdom is only useful if it's applied in everyday life. They believed that how you conduct yourself in your daily life is the ultimate measure of your character, not the grand plans you make or the eloquent speeches you give. Actions, no matter how small, always speak louder than words. In today's world, it's easy to get caught up in the culture of self-promotion, where people post about their accomplishments, opinions, and beliefs, seeking validation through likes and shares. But the Stoics would remind us that none of these things matter unless you're truly living in accordance with your values. Think about it. What good is it to post motivational quotes on social media if you're not practicing what those quotes preach in real life? If you want to be a person of integrity, courage, and discipline, you have to show it in your actions, not just say it. As Marcus Aurelius said, waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be. Be one. This is a call to all of us to stop just talking about our principles and start living them every day, especially in the small, mundane moments when no one is watching. It's easy to make excuses for why you're not taking action. You might say you're waiting for the right time, or that you'll start tomorrow. But as Seneca wisely said, while we wait for life, life passes. If you're waiting for the perfect moment to act, you might be waiting forever. The Stoics knew that life is short and unpredictable, and the only thing you truly have control over is the present moment. So why not take action now? What's stopping you? The truth is, every day you delay is a day you could have spent making progress toward your goals, building your character, and becoming the person you want to be. It's time to stop making excuses and start taking small steps that align with your values. One of the most common barriers to action is the fear of failure or imperfection. But the Stoics taught that failure is not something to be feared, it's an opportunity for growth. Epictetus reminds us, it's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters. This is an incredibly empowering mindset. You can't always control the outcome of your efforts, but you can control how you handle setbacks. Instead of being paralyzed by fear or waiting until you have everything figured out, the Stoics encourage you to take action, learn from your mistakes, and keep moving forward. After all, it's through action that you gain experience, wisdom, and resilience. Ask yourself, how do I respond when things don't go as planned? Do I let failure stop me, or do I use it as fuel to improve? Another key aspect of Stoic action is the idea of leading by example. It's not enough to talk about being a good person. You have to demonstrate it through your actions, especially in difficult situations. Musonius Rufus, a lesser-known but highly influential Stoic, emphasized that virtue is shown in how we behave toward others. Whether it's being kind in the face of rudeness, staying calm in the midst of chaos, or helping others without expecting anything in return, your actions will speak volumes about who you are. Think about someone in your life who inspires you. Is it their words that inspire you, or is it the way they live their life? The people we admire most are often those who act with integrity, kindness, and strength, even when it's not easy. So the question is, what kind of example are you setting with your actions? In our fast-paced modern world, we're often tempted to focus on immediate results and quick wins. But the Stoics remind us that real change and growth happen slowly over time, through consistent action. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This means that obstacles are not roadblocks. They are opportunities to practice resilience and to move forward. Every challenge you face is a chance to demonstrate your character and improve yourself. Are you using those opportunities to grow, or are you letting them hold you back? The beauty of Stoicism is that it's a practical philosophy. It's not about grand theories or complex ideas. It's about applying simple principles in everyday life. It's about doing the right thing, even when it's hard, and not letting external circumstances dictate your behavior. You don't need to make dramatic changes to live a Stoic life. In fact, the most profound transformations often come from small, consistent actions. Whether it's practicing gratitude, showing patience, or making a difficult but necessary decision, every action you take contributes to the person you are becoming. So, what's one small action you can take today to live more in alignment with your values? The lesson is clear. Your actions define you more than your words ever will. You can talk about who you want to be, but until you start acting on it, you're just spinning your wheels. As the Stoics teach, life is too short to waste time on empty words. It's time to take control of your life and make your actions count. The world needs more people who live by example, who don't just talk about their principles, but embody them. So, what are you waiting for? Start living the life you've been talking about. Share in the comments one action you're going to take today to put your values into practice, and let's hold each other accountable as we strive to live with purpose and integrity. Lesson 4. Inner Wealth, the Stoic Case for Giving Back. While modern society often equates success with the accumulation of wealth, status, and power, the Stoics believe that real wealth is found within, through virtues such as generosity, kindness, and service to others. As Marcus Aurelius once said, "What is not good for the beehive cannot be good for the bee." In other words, when you give back to others, you enrich not only their lives, but also your own. The pursuit of inner wealth, as the Stoics taught, is the key to a meaningful, fulfilling life. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to become consumed by the desire for material success. We're bombarded by messages that tell us we need more money, a bigger house, a better car, all the external markers of wealth. But let's pause for a moment and ask ourselves, are these things really making us happy? The Stoics would argue that they aren't. Seneca, another great Stoic philosopher, once said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." This is a powerful reminder that no matter how much we accumulate, true contentment comes from within, from the virtues we cultivate and the ways in which we give back to the world around us. So what does it mean to cultivate inner wealth? For the Stoics, it's about living in alignment with virtues like wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance. It's about using the resources you have, whether they are time, skills, or material wealth, to make a positive impact on others. This idea is incredibly relevant today, especially for men aged 30 to 65, who are often at a stage in life where they've achieved a certain level of success, but might be asking themselves, what's next? How can I give my life more meaning? The Stoic answer is simple: start giving back. It's not just about writing checks to charity or donating your old clothes, though those are valuable acts. It's about being present, offering your time and attention to those who need it. mentoring someone who could benefit from your experience, or simply being kind in your daily interactions. These actions, small as they may seem, are the true expressions of inner wealth. One of the most important lessons the Stoics teach us is that giving back doesn't just benefit others, it transforms us as well. When we focus on contributing to the greater good, we stop being so concerned with our own problems, our own worries, and our own desires. This shift in focus helps us cultivate a sense of perspective, resilience, and gratitude. As Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By choosing to think about how we can serve others, we elevate our thoughts and in turn elevate our own experience of life. This isn't just a feel-good sentiment, it's a practical approach to living a life of purpose and fulfillment. When you stop focusing on what you can get and start thinking about what you can give, you tap into a source of happiness that external achievements and material wealth simply can't provide. Think about it. Have you ever done something kind for someone, whether it was lending a hand to a friend, volunteering your time, or offering a word of encouragement? How did it make you feel? Chances are, it gave you a sense of satisfaction that money or material success never could. The Stoics understood this deeply, which is why they placed so much emphasis on giving back. Musonius Rufus, another influential Stoic, once said, "To help others by doing good not only benefits them, but also ourselves." When you live in a way that benefits others, you're enriching your own life in ways that far surpass anything you could gain from selfish pursuits. In our modern world, where individualism is often celebrated, the idea of giving back might seem old-fashioned or even counterintuitive, but it's more relevant now than ever. We live in a time where loneliness, anxiety, and depression are on the rise, despite the fact that many of us are more materially successful than ever before. What's missing? The Stoics would argue that it's the sense of connection and purpose that comes from living for something greater than ourselves. What if the key to your happiness and fulfillment lies not in what you achieve, but in what you give? This is the challenge the Stoics present to us, to stop measuring success by the size of our bank accounts and start measuring it by the size of our impact on others. Giving back doesn't have to be a grand gesture. It can be as simple as listening to someone who needs to talk, offering advice to a colleague, or helping a neighbor with a small task. These moments of generosity and connection are what the Stoics considered true wealth. They believed that the more you give, the richer you become, not in terms of money or possessions, but in terms of character and fulfillment. As you go through your day, think about how you can give back. What small act of kindness can you perform today that will make someone else's life better? This shift in perspective, from focusing on what you can get to focusing on what you can give, can transform your life in profound ways. The Stoic case for giving back is simple. True wealth comes from within. It's not about how much you accumulate, but how much you contribute to the world around you. When you focus on giving, you'll find that life becomes more meaningful, more fulfilling, and more joyful. And in doing so, you'll discover that the most valuable thing you can offer isn't something external. It's the goodness and virtue that you cultivate within yourself. So, let me ask you, what will you do today to give back? Will you offer your time, your kindness, or your expertise to someone in need? The choice is yours, and as the Stoics remind us, it's the most important choice you can make. Thank you for joining us in today's video. Before we move on, I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude to you. Being part of this community with you is truly a pleasure. Feel free to share your thoughts or personal experiences in the comments. If you're new, just leave a comment saying I am a newbie, and if you've been with us for a while, comment I am Stoic. Your engagement means a lot and motivates us to keep delivering content that matters. Let's keep growing together, shall we? Keep growing. Lesson 5. Mental Fitness, a Stoic plan for strengthening the mind. In our modern world, we often focus so much on physical fitness, career success, and external achievements that we forget the importance of training the mind. But the Stoics understood that the mind is our greatest asset, and the strength we develop within is what helps us face life's inevitable challenges. Mental fitness isn't just about knowledge or intelligence, it's about cultivating resilience, clarity, and control over our emotions. It's about being able to navigate difficult situations with calmness and purpose, no matter what life throws at you. As Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it, that matters." Your response to life's ups and downs determines the quality of your life, and that's why strengthening the mind is essential for anyone seeking personal growth and fulfillment. To build mental fitness, the Stoics believed in practicing mindfulness and self-awareness daily. This means paying close attention to your thoughts, emotions, and reactions. In today's fast-paced world, we are constantly bombarded by distractions, social media, work pressures, and endless to-do lists that make it easy to lose track of what's truly important. However, by practicing mindfulness, you learn to focus on the present moment, to separate yourself from the noise, and to regain control over your mind. Let me ask you, when was the last time you stopped to reflect on your own thoughts? The Stoics encourage us to step back and ask, are my thoughts serving me, or am I being carried away by worries and anxieties that don't matter in the grand scheme of things? Mental fitness requires you to check in with yourself regularly and decide whether your mind is helping or hindering your progress. A great modern example of mental fitness can be seen in high-performance athletes. Take professional tennis players, for example. While their physical training is crucial, their mental preparation often makes the difference between winning and losing. Imagine standing on the court with the whole world watching, the pressure mounting, and the outcome uncertain. It's not just their physical ability that helps them perform under pressure. It's their mental toughness, their ability to stay focused and calm even when the stakes are high. They've trained their minds to handle stress, to push through fear and doubt, and to stay locked into the present moment. This is mental fitness in action. And just like these athletes, you can train your mind to stay calm and collected when facing challenges in your own life. The ability to maintain composure and focus, no matter how stressful or chaotic the situation, is a skill that will serve you in every area of your life. One of the key elements of mental fitness is the practice of self-discipline. The Stoics believed that without discipline, we cannot hope to control our thoughts or actions. Seneca said, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare, but because we do not dare that they are difficult." How many times have you avoided taking action because the task seemed too overwhelming or difficult? The truth is, once you start to discipline your mind, you begin to see challenges as opportunities for growth rather than obstacles. Discipline isn't about perfection, it's about consistency. Whether it's sticking to a morning routine, committing to daily exercise, or practicing gratitude, self-discipline helps you strengthen your mental muscles over time. It's these small, consistent actions that build mental toughness and resilience. So let me ask you, what small change can you commit to today that will help you develop more mental discipline? The Stoics also emphasize the importance of controlling your emotions, especially when faced with adversity. In today's society, we often hear people talk about emotional intelligence, but the Stoics had been teaching this concept for centuries. They believed that our emotions are powerful forces that can either guide us or mislead us, depending on how well we manage them. Marcus Aurelius advised, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." You cannot control every situation in life, but you can control how you react emotionally. When you feel anger, frustration, or anxiety, ask yourself, is this emotion helping me or hurting me? The more you practice controlling your emotional responses, the more mentally fit you become. It's not about suppressing your emotions, but about understanding them, acknowledging them, and then choosing how to act based on reason rather than impulse. Mental fitness also requires a strong sense of purpose. The Stoics believed that knowing your purpose, your why, is what drives you forward even in difficult times. When you have a clear sense of purpose, setbacks don't feel as overwhelming because you know what you're working toward. Think of people like firefighters or doctors, whose work involves constant exposure to stress and difficult situations. They don't just go through the motions. They have a deep sense of purpose that motivates them to keep going, no matter how challenging the job. The same is true for all of us. When you know why you're doing what you're doing, you can endure much more than you think. So take a moment to reflect. What is your purpose? What drives you to get out of bed every morning? When you align your actions with your purpose, mental fitness becomes much easier to maintain. At the heart of mental fitness is the ability to focus on what you can control. This is one of the most important lessons from Stoicism. Epictetus often reminded his students that there are things within our control and things outside of our control. Too often, we waste mental energy worrying about things that we can't change. The Stoics teach us to focus only on what's within our power, our thoughts, our actions, and our reactions. By doing this, we free ourselves from unnecessary stress and anxiety. Think about the last time you were stressed out. Were you focusing on something beyond your control? What if instead you had focused on the actions you could take in that moment? This shift in mindset is one of the most powerful tools for building mental resilience. Mental fitness, just like physical fitness, requires regular training and effort. The Stoics provided a timeless guide for strengthening the mind through mindfulness, self-discipline, emotional control, and a clear sense of purpose. As you go through your day, remember that you have the power to train your mind to handle life's challenges with grace and resilience. Start small, be consistent, and focus on what you can control. As Seneca wisely said, "Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity." The more you train your mind, the more prepared you will be for whatever life throws your way. So, what's your next step? How will you strengthen your mind today? Lesson 6. Fulfillment through action. The Stoic key to happiness. The Stoics understood something that many of us struggle with today. Happiness isn't something we passively wait for or stumble upon by chance. It's something we create through deliberate action and choices. In a world where we often hear that happiness comes from achieving external success, the Stoics took a radically different approach. They believed that true fulfillment comes from living in accordance with your values, taking purposeful action, and focusing on the things you can control. The question is, are you waiting for happiness to come to you, or are you actively building it with every choice you make? The path to happiness, according to Stoic philosophy, is found in doing, not in hoping for better circumstances. And that's what we're going to explore next. Let's break it down. How often do we tell ourselves, "I'll be happy when..." Maybe you're waiting for a promotion, a relationship, or some other milestone to finally feel fulfilled. But the Stoics knew that this mindset leads to an endless cycle of disappointment because no external achievement can bring lasting happiness. As Seneca put it, it is the power of the mind to be unconquerable. You have the power right now to start living a life of purpose and fulfillment by aligning your actions with your values. This isn't just theoretical, this is the real, practical key to happiness. What are you doing today to live according to your principles? Are you taking action, or are you just talking about the life you want to live? When you focus on taking action rather than waiting for happiness, you shift your mindset from one of lack to one of abundance. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." In other words, your happiness is not dictated by external events but by how you choose to respond to them. The Stoics didn't just sit around pondering philosophical ideas. They were men of action, people who believed that the way you live your life, every single day, is what determines your happiness. How often do you reflect on your actions? Are they in line with the person you want to be? Or are you letting procrastination and distractions hold you back from reaching your full potential? This is where the Stoic idea of taking action becomes so vital. Happiness is built one step at a time, one intentional action at a time. In today's fast-paced world, we're constantly told that happiness is just around the corner if we can only achieve certain goals, whether it's career success, financial stability, or personal relationships. But here's the truth. Even when you reach those milestones, if you haven't learned how to take purposeful action and live according to your principles, you'll find yourself still searching for happiness. The Stoics knew that external success is fleeting and that real fulfillment comes from within, from knowing you're living in a way that aligns with your deepest values. Ask yourself, what do I truly value? And how can I make sure that my actions reflect those values today? The more your actions reflect your values, the more fulfilled and happy you'll feel. Not because of what you've achieved, but because of how you've chosen to live. One powerful example of this in modern life can be seen in the world of entrepreneurship. Many successful entrepreneurs will tell you that they found fulfillment not in the money they made, but in the process of building something meaningful. They took action, faced challenges, and stayed committed to their values. The same principle applies to all of us, regardless of our profession or life circumstances. It's not about waiting for the perfect opportunity or the right moment. It's about taking action now. As Epictetus wisely said, first say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do. The Stoics challenge us to stop thinking and start doing, to live every day as if it matters, because it does. Another key to fulfillment through action is recognizing that setbacks and challenges are not obstacles to happiness, but essential parts of it. The Stoics believed that adversity is a teacher, not a punishment. Marcus Aurelius famously wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This means that every challenge you face is an opportunity to grow stronger and more resilient. Think about a time when you faced a difficult situation. Maybe you didn't get the job you wanted or a relationship ended. How did you respond? Did you let it derail your happiness, or did you use it as fuel to take even more deliberate action toward your goals? The Stoics remind us that happiness isn't about avoiding hardship, but about using it to propel us forward. As we dive deeper into this idea of fulfillment through action, it's important to address a common misconception: that happiness is the result of achieving a final goal or reaching a specific destination. The Stoics would argue that happiness is found in the journey itself. It's not about waiting for some future moment when everything will be perfect. It's about taking action now, even when things are difficult or uncertain. Seneca once said, "Luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity." This reminds us that the more we take action, the more prepared we are to seize the opportunities that come our way. The path to happiness is not a straight line. It's filled with twists, turns, and challenges. But every step you take, every action you choose, brings you closer to a life of true fulfillment. So how do you start taking action in a way that leads to fulfillment? It begins with small, consistent steps. You don't need to overhaul your entire life in one day. Start by identifying one area of your life where you can begin to act with more intention. Maybe it's your health, your relationships, or your career. Then, commit to taking one small action today that aligns with your values. Over time, these small actions will build up, creating momentum and leading you toward a life of greater happiness and purpose. And remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. The power to change your life and find fulfillment is in your hands, not in the hands of others or in external circumstances. The Stoic key to happiness is simple but profound. Take action. Stop waiting for happiness to find you. Stop thinking that something outside of you will bring you the fulfillment you seek. Instead, focus on living a life of purpose, taking deliberate action every day and embracing the challenges that come your way. Ask yourself, What action can I take today that will move me closer to the life I want to live? Remember, happiness is not something you wait for, it's something you create. So go out there, start doing, and build the life you've always wanted. Lesson 7. Mastering Desire. The Stoic Approach to Staying Cool. Freedom is not achieved by satisfying desire, but by eliminating it. Epictetus. In a world where we are constantly bombarded by messages telling us that happiness and success come from accumulating more, whether it's wealth, status, or pleasure, the Stoics offer a radically different perspective. They believed that true freedom and peace of mind come not from indulging every desire, but from mastering it. As men navigating today's fast-paced, consumer-driven world, it's easy to get caught up in the cycle of wanting more money, more recognition, more possessions. But how often do we stop to ask ourselves, are these desires controlling us, or are we in control of them? The Stoics understood that unchecked desires lead to anxiety, frustration, and dissatisfaction, but by mastering them, we can achieve a deeper sense of fulfillment and inner peace. To truly grasp the Stoic approach to desire, we must first understand the nature of desire itself. Desire, at its core, is the mind's way of reaching for something external, believing that acquiring it will make us happier or more complete. However, the Stoics, particularly Epictetus, warned against this mindset. He reminded us that external things, whether they are material possessions or fleeting pleasures, are outside of our control. And as the Stoics famously taught, trying to control what is beyond our reach only leads to suffering. Instead, the key to staying calm and composed, even in the face of life's temptations, is learning to control our reactions to these desires. As Marcus Aurelius wrote in Meditations, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." This realization is where true mastery begins. In modern life, we face desires on a daily basis, whether it's the allure of social media, the pressure to climb the corporate ladder, or the constant push to buy more, do more, and achieve more. While ambition and success aren't inherently bad, the Stoics encourage us to ask ourselves whether these pursuits align with our true values, or if we are simply chasing desires out of habit or societal pressure. Take a moment to think about the last time you felt anxious or frustrated. Was it because you didn't get something you desired, or because you feared losing something you already had? The Stoics teach us that this kind of emotional turmoil comes from placing our happiness in external things, rather than cultivating a sense of contentment from within. As Seneca wisely said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." By reducing our dependence on external desires, we can free ourselves from this constant cycle of craving and disappointment. One powerful metaphor the Stoics often use to describe desire is the chase. When we're chasing something, whether it's a promotion, a new car, or someone's approval, we expend a lot of energy running toward it, often without stopping to consider whether it's even worth the pursuit. And like any chase, it can leave us exhausted, frustrated, and unfulfilled. In the end, even if we catch what we're chasing, the satisfaction is often temporary, and soon we find ourselves chasing something else. This cycle of desire is exactly what the Stoics sought to break. They knew that peace and fulfillment come not from constantly acquiring more, but from learning to be content with what we already have and focusing on the things we can control. This doesn't mean we should avoid ambition or goals, but rather that we should pursue them with detachment, understanding that our happiness doesn't depend on their outcome. A great modern example of mastering desire can be seen in the world of professional athletes. The most successful athletes often talk about focusing not on winning every game or achieving every milestone, but on mastering their craft and staying present in the moment. They have desires, of course. They want to win. They want to succeed. But they know that if they become consumed by these desires, it will lead to stress, overthinking, and ultimately poor performance. Instead, They focus on what they can control: their training, their mindset, and their effort. By doing this, they stay cool under pressure and often achieve great success as a result. This is exactly what the Stoics teach us about life. Focus on mastering yourself, not the outcome of your desires. In our daily lives, one of the most practical ways to apply the Stoic approach to desire is to practice gratitude. When we focus on what we already have, rather than what we lack, we start to shift our mindset from one of scarcity to one of abundance. As Epictetus said, "He is a wise man who does not grieve for the things which he has not, but rejoices for those which he has." This simple but profound shift can dramatically reduce the power that desire has over us. Instead of constantly striving for more, we can learn to appreciate the present moment and find contentment in the here and now. And in doing so, we free ourselves from the anxiety and restlessness that often accompany unchecked desire. Another key component of mastering desire is understanding the difference between needs and wants. The Stoics encouraged us to focus on our basic needs: food, shelter, meaningful relationships, and to view our wants as optional luxuries that we can live without. This doesn't mean you have to give up everything you enjoy, but it does mean recognizing that your happiness doesn't depend on acquiring more of these wants. By simplifying your life and focusing on what truly matters, you can find a sense of inner peace that no amount of external success can provide. Seneca put it best when he said, "The greatest wealth is to live content with little." So, how do we begin to master our desires in a world that constantly pushes us to want more? Start by paying attention to your emotional responses. The next time you feel frustrated or anxious, ask yourself, what desire is at the root of this feeling? Is it a desire for something outside of your control? By identifying the source of your frustration, you can begin to let go of the need to control external outcomes and focus instead on controlling your own thoughts and reactions. Over time, this practice will help you cultivate a sense of inner calm and resilience, no matter what life throws your way. If you've made it this far, you're truly ready to take action. Drop a comment saying, "I am taking action," to show you're committed to making a real change in your life. Stay tuned. This journey is just beginning. Lesson 8. Handling Praise and Criticism, a Stoic Guide to Balance. In our daily lives, we are constantly subjected to the opinions of others, whether it's compliments or critiques. It's easy to let praise lift us up or criticism tear us down, but the Stoics teach us to find balance in how we respond to these external judgments. We often fall into the trap of letting others' opinions dictate our self-worth. But what would happen if we began to focus more on our own principles and less on the fleeting opinions of others? Are we living our lives based on our values, or are we shaped by how we're perceived by those around us? The Stoics believed that true strength lies in detaching ourselves from praise and blame alike and instead seeking validation from within. One of the key ideas in Stoic philosophy is that you cannot control how others perceive you. Whether people praise you or criticize you, it says more about their perspective than it does about your character. As Marcus Aurelius wisely said, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." This insight points to a paradox we often fall into. We value our own opinions yet allow others' thoughts to have a greater influence on our emotions and actions. But why should we be swayed by praise when it is just an outside reflection of someone's subjective view? And why should criticism cut so deep when it's not necessarily grounded in truth? When you realize that you can't control what others think of you, a weight is lifted, and you're free to focus on what truly matters: your integrity, your actions, and your personal growth. In modern life, we're bombarded by opinions constantly, through social media, workplace feedback, and even our personal relationships. It's natural to want approval and to fear disapproval, But the Stoic approach helps us see that both praise and criticism are temporary and ultimately irrelevant to our inner self. Think about the last time you received a compliment. How long did that positive feeling last, and when was the last time you were criticized? Did it linger longer than you would have liked? The Stoics teach us that neither praise nor criticism should shake us because they are beyond our control. As Seneca wisely said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." This idea applies to praise too. Constantly craving validation from others only leaves you vulnerable to their judgments, making you dependent on external approval for your happiness. A great example of handling praise and criticism in modern life can be found in the world of public figures, particularly athletes or performers. When they succeed, they're often showered with praise, but when they fail, the criticism can be harsh and unrelenting. Yet, the most successful individuals are those who stay focused on their craft rather than the opinions of others. Take a professional athlete, for instance. After a game, they might be praised for their performance, but that praise doesn't mean much if it distracts them from preparing for the next challenge. Likewise, criticism from a poor performance can't be allowed to consume them if they want to improve. They understand that neither praise nor criticism should define them. Their value comes from the effort they put into their work, not the fleeting opinions of fans or critics. This is exactly what the Stoics taught. Focus on your efforts and values, not on the feedback you receive. One important aspect of mastering the Stoic balance between praise and criticism is learning to take feedback without letting it affect your self-worth. When you're praised, instead of letting it inflate your ego, use it as an opportunity for reflection. Did you truly earn that praise through hard work and dedication, or was it given lightly? The same goes for criticism. Rather than taking it personally, evaluate it objectively. Is there truth to it? Can you learn something from it? Or is it simply a reflection of someone else's misunderstanding or bias? Epictetus once said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it, that matters." This applies not just to life's challenges, but also to how you react to praise and criticism. You have the power to choose how you respond, and in doing so, you take control over your emotions and your sense of self. To practice this in your own life, start by asking yourself, how much weight do I give to others' opinions of me? Are you swayed by the praise you receive, allowing it to determine your confidence? Do you let criticism make you feel inadequate? Recognize that both are fleeting and not a reflection of your true self. Instead, focus on how you live your life according to your values. A practical step you can take is to keep a journal where you reflect on your actions rather than the feedback you receive. Each day, ask yourself, did I live today in a way that aligns with my principles? By making this your measure of success, you begin to detach from the opinions of others and focus on your own personal growth. The Stoics believed that true peace comes from within, not from the praise or criticism of others, but from knowing that you are living authentically. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "People exist for one another. You can instruct them, or you can endure them." This reminds us that we can't change what others think or say, but we can decide how much value we place on their words. Whether you are praised or criticized, the only judgment that truly matters is your own. So, the next time you receive feedback, positive or negative, ask yourself, am I allowing this to affect my self-worth, or am I staying grounded in who I am and what I stand for? By embracing the Stoic approach to balance, you can navigate life's inevitable praise and criticism without being thrown off course. You'll find that your sense of self becomes stronger, your confidence becomes more stable, and your actions are driven by your values, not by the opinions of others. Remember, the Stoic path is one of inner strength and resilience, where you are the one in control of how you react to the world around you. So, take a deep breath, stay true to your principles, and let neither praise nor criticism sway you from your path. Lesson 9. The Procrastination Problem. Stoic Solutions for Taking Action. It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it. Seneca. Procrastination is something that plagues all of us at some point. Whether it's putting off a difficult task, delaying a decision, or telling ourselves, "I'll start tomorrow." The habit of postponing action is one of the greatest barriers to personal growth and success. We often justify our procrastination by saying we're waiting for the right time, or that we're not ready yet. But the Stoics teach us a hard truth. There is no perfect moment to start. The right time is always now. Procrastination isn't just about laziness or lack of motivation. It's a deeper issue of prioritizing comfort over progress. And if we're honest with ourselves, how often do we let comfort dictate our actions, even when we know taking action will lead to the results we want? So, the question we should be asking is, how can we stop delaying and start acting today? The Stoic philosophy provides a powerful framework for overcoming procrastination. First, the Stoics teach us to understand the impermanence of time. Marcus Aurelius reminds us, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." The idea here is not to scare you, but to awaken you to the reality that time is fleeting, and none of us knows how much of it we have left. When you fully internalize this, it becomes much harder to justify putting things off. Every moment you spend delaying is a moment you could have used to make progress, to grow, or to move closer to your goals. By realizing the preciousness of time, we start to see procrastination for what it truly is, an obstacle that robs us of opportunities. So ask yourself, what are you delaying right now that, if you started today, could significantly improve your life? The next Stoic insight for battling procrastination is to focus on what is within your control. Procrastination often stems from the fear of failure or the unknown. We delay taking action because we're uncertain about the outcome or because the task seems overwhelming. Epictetus taught us, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." In other words, while you can't control every aspect of the situation, you can control how you respond to it. Instead of waiting for everything to align perfectly, the Stoics encourage us to focus on what we can do right now. Even small actions can break the cycle of procrastination. When we focus on what's in our power, our thoughts, decisions, and actions, we free ourselves from the paralyzing fear that often comes with uncertainty. By taking one small step today, you can create momentum that propels you forward. What small action can you take right now to move in the direction of your goals? Another key Stoic principle is the idea of practicing self-discipline. Seneca emphasized that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Too often, we think success comes from chance or waiting for the right opportunity to come along. But the Stoics knew that luck is simply the result of consistently showing up and putting in the work. When you discipline yourself to take action, even when you don't feel like it, you begin to see results. The Stoics believed that self-discipline is a muscle that gets stronger the more you use it. Start by committing to small, manageable goals each day and build from there. Procrastination loses its grip when we develop the habit of taking action, no matter how we feel in the moment. So, the next time you're tempted to delay, remember that taking action today is building the discipline you'll need for tomorrow's challenges. Procrastination also has a lot to do with how we perceive challenges. Often, we put things off because a task feels too big or too difficult. But the Stoics teach us that challenges are not barriers. They are opportunities for growth. Marcus Aurelius famously said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This means that the very obstacles you face are part of the path to success. When you shift your mindset from seeing challenges as things to avoid to seeing them as opportunities to learn and grow, procrastination loses its power. Instead of fearing the task at hand, embrace it. See it as a chance to improve yourself. Each difficult task you face is an opportunity to become stronger, smarter, and more resilient. So, what challenge are you avoiding, and how can you turn it into a stepping stone rather than a roadblock? In our modern world, Distractions are one of the biggest drivers of procrastination. From social media to constant notifications, it's easy to get caught up in things that feel urgent but aren't truly important. The Stoics would advise us to practice mindfulness and intentionality. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." This means being clear about your priorities and staying focused on what really matters. When you're clear about your goals and values, it becomes easier to eliminate distractions and focus on the task at hand. Create a routine that minimizes distractions and maximizes productivity. Whether it's turning off your phone for a set period or scheduling blocks of time for focused work, intentional actions lead to results. By practicing mindfulness and purpose, you can stop procrastination in its tracks and start moving forward. Finally, the Stoics remind us that perfection is an illusion. One of the reasons we procrastinate is because we fear we won't do something perfectly. We tell ourselves that we're not ready, or that we need more time to prepare. But the Stoics knew that perfectionism is just another form of procrastination. Seneca said, "If a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable." This means that waiting for the perfect moment or perfect conditions is pointless. There will never be a perfect time to start. Instead, take action now and adjust along the way. Progress is more important than perfection. It's better to start imperfectly than to never start at all. So, what are you waiting for? The perfect moment doesn't exist, but the opportunity to take action is always available. The Stoics offer timeless wisdom for overcoming procrastination. By recognizing the value of time, focusing on what's in our control, practicing self-discipline, embracing challenges, eliminating distractions, and rejecting perfectionism, we can break free from the habit of delaying and start taking meaningful action today. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." The power to take action is within your control. So, what are you going to do today to stop procrastinating and move closer to the life you want? The time to act is now. M2. Lesson 10. The Ripple Effect. How Stoic Actions Inspire Change. The Stoics believed deeply in the impact that one person's actions can have on the world. And this is something we often forget in our modern lives. We live in a society where we're constantly told that change is only possible through grand gestures, large-scale movements, or positions of power. But Stoicism teaches us the opposite. True change starts with the individual, with small, deliberate actions that align with your values. When you take control of your life, lead by example, and act in accordance with your principles, you set off a ripple effect that influences others more than you might realize. The question is, are you living in a way that inspires positive change in those around you? Or are you waiting for someone else to lead the way? The Stoic philosophy revolves around personal responsibility and integrity. As Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." This means taking ownership of your own life and realizing that every action you take matters. When you make the conscious choice to live in alignment with Stoic virtues such as wisdom, courage, temperance, and justice, you don't just improve yourself, you become a model for others to follow. The ripple effect occurs when the people around you witness your consistency, your ability to handle challenges with grace, and your dedication to living a life of purpose. It's not about preaching or trying to change others directly. It's about showing through your actions what it means to live well. Think about a time when someone else's behavior inspired you. Was it because they told you what to do? Or because you saw the way they lived and wanted to emulate it? This ripple effect is especially important in today's world, where we are often tempted to rely on external validation or the approval of others to guide our actions. But the Stoics remind us that true leadership comes from within. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful emperors in history, wrote extensively in his Meditations about the importance of leading by example, not through force or authority, but through the quiet strength of character. Waste no more time on what others think of you. it is none of your concern. He knew that real influence doesn't come from trying to control others, but from controlling yourself. And when you master yourself, you inspire others to do the same. How often do we find ourselves worrying about what others think, rather than focusing on becoming the best version of ourselves? The ripple effect starts when you stop trying to manage others and start managing your own thoughts, actions, and choices. In modern life, it's easy to feel like your actions don't matter in the grand scheme of things. But the truth is, every action you take creates a ripple that extends beyond you. Think about how contagious positive behavior can be. When you hold yourself to high standards, whether in your work, your relationships, or even how you treat strangers, you set a tone for those around you. Consider the simple act of kindness in a stressful situation, helping a colleague who's overwhelmed or offering a patient ear to a friend in need. Those small actions create a ripple effect that can lead to greater compassion, understanding, and cooperation. And it works in reverse too. Negative actions can create negative ripples. Are your daily actions contributing positively to the lives of others, or are you unconsciously adding to the negativity? The Stoics teach us to be mindful of this ripple effect, to ensure that what we send out into the world aligns with our highest values. A great modern example of the ripple effect can be found in leadership, whether in business, family, or personal relationships. The most effective leaders are not those who simply command respect, but those who earn it through their actions. When you see a leader who is calm under pressure, fair in their decisions, and consistent in their principles, you are more likely to respect and follow them. This is the ripple effect in action. It's about showing, not telling. When you embody the Stoic virtues of self-discipline, courage, and justice, you inspire those around you to do the same. People notice integrity, and it motivates them to reflect on their own behavior. What kind of example are you setting for those around you? Are you living in a way that encourages others to be better? Or are you caught up in the same distractions and habits that you want to avoid? The ripple effect also extends to how we handle challenges. Life is full of difficulties, but the way we respond to them sets the tone for how others will respond. As Seneca said, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." When you face adversity with resilience and patience, you not only grow as a person, but you also inspire others to face their challenges with the same mindset. It's not about being perfect or never failing. It's about showing that you can rise after a fall, that you can stay focused on what matters even when the world around you is chaotic. People are watching how you handle stress, disappointment, and setbacks, and your response can either create a positive ripple effect or contribute to a cycle of negativity. The Stoics remind us that the true test of character is not in how we act when things are going well, but in how we act when things are difficult. Are you facing your challenges in a way that inspires others to be strong? Or are you letting your circumstances dictate your actions? At its core, the ripple effect is about understanding that your actions have a broader impact than you might realize. You may think that what you do in your private life doesn't matter to anyone else, but the truth is, your behavior influences more people than you know. Whether it's how you treat a stranger, how you manage your responsibilities at work, or how you show up for your family, your actions send ripples through the lives of others. The Stoics encourage us to be mindful of this power, to recognize that we have the ability to inspire positive change simply by living according to our principles. As Epictetus said, "Don't explain your philosophy, embody it." Your life is your message, and the way you live it can either contribute to the good of the world or detract from it. What message are you sending through your actions today? The Stoic ripple effect reminds us that true change starts with the individual. By focusing on living a life of integrity, courage, and wisdom, you create ripples that inspire those around you to do the same. It's not about grand gestures or trying to control others. It's about mastering yourself and letting your actions speak for themselves. So the next time you wonder whether your choices matter, remember that every action creates a ripple. The question is, What kind of ripple are you sending out into the world? The time to start living intentionally, to inspire positive change through your actions, is now. Lead by example, stay true to your principles, and let the ripple effect of your actions create a legacy of goodness, strength, and wisdom. As we come to the end of today's video, remember that Stoicism is all about taking action. Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, Seneca, and Musonius Rufus all emphasize the importance of moving from thought to deed. The time to act is now. Don't wait for the perfect moment and don't get stuck in endless thinking. Take control of your life by taking action. If you found this video helpful, please give it a like, share it with someone who needs this message, and subscribe to Stoic in Your Life. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss an update. Let's continue this journey of growth and action together. Until next time, remember, take action now. How to understand anyone. Lessons in understanding others' thoughts. Stoicism. We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. This profound insight from the Stoic philosopher Epictetus is the key to truly understanding the thoughts and emotions of those around us. In today's video on Stoic in Your Life, I'm going to reveal 3 powerful methods that will help you not just hear, but truly understand what others are thinking. These techniques, rooted in the timeless wisdom of Stoicism, are invaluable in all aspects of life, from personal relationships to professional interactions. If you grasp these methods, you'll unlock the ability to connect deeply with anyone you meet. So, stay with me as we dive into a fascinating story that will illuminate these principles. I challenge you to apply these timeless lessons in your daily life and witness the profound change they bring. What insights have you gained in your journey to understand others? Share your experiences in the comments below, and let's continue this discussion together. If this resonates with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to stay tuned for more wisdom on living a Stoic life. In the words of Marcus Aurelius, you have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Understanding the thoughts and motivations of others isn't about reading minds. It's about recognizing the inner workings that drive their actions. Today, we delve into a timeless story that teaches us how even the simplest of actions, grounded in empathy and understanding, can transform our relationships and perspectives. This story holds powerful lessons on how we can apply Stoic wisdom to truly understand those around us. In a small, ancient village, there lived 2 brothers whose lives were starkly different yet deeply intertwined. The elder brother, blind since birth, spent his days confined within the walls of their modest home, while the younger brother labored tirelessly in the fields, striving to provide for them both. Life, however, was not kind to the younger brother that season. The fields, his lifeblood, were under constant siege by wild animals, which trampled and consumed the precious crops, leaving him devastated and disheartened. The younger brother, desperate for a solution, found himself consumed by frustration. Yet, it was within this frustration that a spark of inspiration emerged. Reflecting on his brother's situation, the younger man thought, "What if I could give my brother a sense of purpose while also saving our crops?" Despite his blindness, he could still be of great help. The idea was simple yet profound. Build a small hut by the fields where his blind brother could stay. There, with his acute hearing, he could alert the younger brother to any approaching animals, scaring them away with his voice. This way, the elder brother would no longer feel useless and isolated, and their crops might be saved from further destruction. The younger brother wasted no time in executing his plan. He built a sturdy little hut at the edge of the field, a place where his brother could sit and listen intently for any disturbances. "Brother," he said, "I need your help. If you hear any sounds of animals near the crops, shout as loudly as you can. Your voice will scare them away and keep our fields safe." The elder brother, moved by the opportunity to contribute despite his disability, eagerly agreed. From that day on, he spent his time in the hut, his ears attuned to the rustling sounds of the animals. Whenever he heard a noise, he would shout with all his might, sending the animals scurrying back into the woods. Days turned into weeks, and the brothers' plan seemed to work brilliantly. This story, though simple, offers profound lessons in understanding and empathy, key tenets of Stoic philosophy. The younger brother's decision to involve his elder sibling was not merely an act of practicality, it was an act of deep empathy. He recognized that despite his brother's blindness, he had valuable strengths, his sharp hearing and his desire to be useful. By understanding his brother's feelings of inadequacy and loneliness, the younger brother found a way to give him a sense of purpose. In the process, they both learned that even the seemingly weakest among us can contribute in meaningful ways if given the right opportunity. In our modern lives, we often overlook the potential of those around us, especially when they appear limited or disadvantaged in some way. Yet as the story illustrates, understanding and empathy can uncover hidden strengths and forge stronger connections. The Stoic lesson here is clear. To truly understand and connect with others, we must see beyond their limitations and recognize the value they bring to our lives. Seneca wisely said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." By shifting our perspective and embracing empathy, we can transform our relationships and our own mental state. Applying this wisdom to our daily interactions means looking for opportunities to understand the deeper motivations and challenges of those around us. It's about asking ourselves, what strengths or desires might this person have that are not immediately visible? How can I help them realize their potential? This approach not only enhances our relationships, but also enriches our own lives by fostering a sense of shared purpose and mutual respect. As you reflect on this story, consider how you can apply these lessons in your own life. Perhaps there's someone in your life who feels overlooked or undervalued. How might you, like the younger brother, recognize their strengths and offer them a role that brings out their best? Remember, true understanding begins with empathy, seeing the world not just as it is, but as others experience it. By cultivating this mindset, you'll find that you can connect with anyone on a deeper level, creating bonds that are both resilient and rewarding. The story of the two brothers is not just a tale of ingenuity, it is a powerful reminder of the importance of understanding and empathy in our relationships. As we navigate the challenges of life, let us take to heart the words of Marcus Aurelius. The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By choosing thoughts that are grounded in empathy and understanding, we can create a life filled with meaningful connections and lasting happiness. Stay tuned as we explore more ways to apply Stoic principles to enhance your life and the lives of those around you. One day, a deer darted through the fields of two brothers, breaking the fence as it made its escape. Shortly after, a king who was out hunting followed in hot pursuit of the deer, his attention drawn to the blind brother who sat by the fields. The king, curious and somewhat perplexed, approached the blind man and asked, "Did you see the deer pass through here?" Without hesitation, the blind brother responded, "Your Majesty, I am blind. How could I see the deer? But I can tell you this. The animal you seek has already left my field and it is not worth pursuing. You are wasting your time." The king was taken aback by the certainty in the blind man's voice. How could a man who could not see possibly know whether the deer was worth chasing or not? Puzzled, the king asked, "Are you lying to me? On one hand, you claim to be blind, yet on the other, you assert with confidence that the deer has run away and is not worth pursuing." The blind man, calm and composed, replied, "O king, the creature you believe to be a deer is actually a doe, and it is pregnant. To my knowledge, no noble king has ever hunted a pregnant doe. That is why I advised you not to waste your time chasing it." These words left the king even more astonished. How could this blind man, who had never laid eyes on the deer, know it was a pregnant doe? Doubts filled the king's mind as he thought, How could he possibly know such details? He speaks with such conviction, but I must verify his claim. Determined to uncover the truth, the king ordered his soldiers, "Soldiers, bring this animal back alive. I must confirm whether it is indeed a pregnant doe, as the blind man claims. Go, and return with the proof I need." The soldiers swiftly carried out the king's command, scouring the area until they found the animal. When they returned, they reported to the king, "Your Majesty, the blind man was absolutely right. It is indeed a pregnant doe." The king, now filled with amazement and respect, still couldn't grasp how the blind man knew so much about the animal he had never seen. Questions swirled in the king's mind, and finally he decided to confront the blind man directly. "Look," the king began, "I may not fully understand whether you are truly blind, but I must ask you something important. Will you give me an honest answer?" The blind man, unwavering, replied, "Your Majesty, ask me whatever you wish, and I will answer truthfully." The king then asked, "How is it that you, who claim to be blind, knew so much about the animal I was pursuing? You knew it was a pregnant doe, you sensed its presence, and you even knew it was not worth my time to chase. How did you know all these things?" The story of the blind man and the king offers a profound lesson in understanding the thoughts and motivations of others, a lesson deeply rooted in the principles of Stoicism. The blind man's wisdom was not a result of sight, but of perception, intuition, and a deep understanding of the natural world and human behavior. In our modern lives, we often rely too heavily on what we see and neglect the other senses and faculties that can offer us insight into the thoughts and emotions of those around us. We judge based on appearances, make assumptions without deeper inquiry, and often miss the subtle cues that reveal the true nature of a situation or person. Consider this. How often do we really listen to others, not just to their words, but to the emotions and intentions behind those words? How often do we take the time to understand the context of someone's actions rather than rushing to judgment? The blind man understood that there was more to the king's pursuit than just the chase. He sensed the nature of the animal and the implications of hunting it, even without sight. This level of understanding comes from a place of empathy, of putting oneself in another's shoes, and seeing the world through their perspective. In today's fast-paced world, we might ask ourselves, how can we develop such insight and understanding in our interactions with others? The key lies in slowing down, paying attention to the subtleties of communication, and honing our ability to perceive beyond the obvious. For example, when dealing with a difficult colleague or loved one, instead of reacting impulsively to their words or actions, we can pause and consider what might be driving their behavior. Are they under stress? Are they dealing with issues we are unaware of? By asking these open-ended questions, we allow ourselves to see beyond the immediate and tap into a deeper understanding of their situation. The lesson here is clear. True understanding goes beyond mere observation. It requires empathy, patience, and a willingness to see the world through another's eyes. As Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, once said, "We have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak." Let this story of the blind man remind us that wisdom is not just about what we see, but about how deeply we understand. The next time you find yourself in a situation where you need to understand someone else's thoughts or motivations, remember to listen with more than just your ears and see with more than just your eyes. By doing so, you will cultivate a deeper, more empathetic approach to life, one that leads to stronger relationships and greater inner peace. The blind man, with a calm demeanor, then explained, "Your Majesty, when you were chasing that deer, I listened carefully to its movements, the speed, the sound, and the way it reacted to the obstacles in its path. From these details, I deduced that it was indeed a deer. My field is surrounded by a low fence not too high for a typical deer to leap over easily. But instead of jumping, this deer broke through the fence. This action signaled to me that the deer was carrying something precious, its unborn fawn. A pregnant doe, concerned for the safety of its fawn, would avoid any risky leaps. and that's how I knew it was pregnant." Upon hearing this, the king was deeply impressed by the blind man's reasoning. He marveled at how someone deprived of sight could possess such a keen understanding of the world through other senses. The king began to realize that wisdom isn't solely about what we see, but about how we perceive and interpret the world around us. Intrigued and eager to learn more, the king decided to test the blind man further, recognizing that there was much he could gain from this man's insights. "Wise man," the king began, "your knowledge seems to go far beyond what the eye can see. You have a profound understanding of things that many might overlook. I have one more question for you, and I hope you can answer it with the same clarity." The king paused, allowing the gravity of his words to settle in before continuing. "Tell me, am I truly my father's son? Or am I someone else's? This question has plagued me for some time, and I need an honest answer to put my mind at ease." The blind man, understanding the weight of the king's question, replied thoughtfully, "Your Majesty, does it truly matter who your parents are? You are the king of this land, respected and powerful, and the question of your lineage should not trouble you. What's important is how you rule and the legacy you create, not the circumstances of your birth." But the king, driven by his need for certainty, insisted, "No, I must know the truth. If you can give me an honest answer, I will not prevent you from leaving, but if you don't, this doubt will continue to haunt me." Recognizing the king's determination, the blind man responded, "Very well, Your Majesty. I can give you the answer you seek, but I must ask something of you first. Promise me that no matter what I say, you will not become angry with me." The king, desperate to resolve his inner turmoil, agreed without hesitation. "I promise you, wise man, that I will not become angry with you." This exchange between the blind man and the king offers a deep lesson in understanding and wisdom. The blind man, despite his physical blindness, demonstrates an extraordinary ability to perceive the world, not through sight but through careful observation, intuition, and a profound understanding of behavior. This teaches us that true understanding doesn't always come from what we can see with our eyes, but from how we interpret the subtle signs and signals that others might miss. In modern life, we often rely too much on appearances and surface-level judgments, forgetting that there is often much more beneath the surface. How often do we truly listen to others, paying attention not just to their words, but to their tone, their body language, and the context of their actions? And how often do we question the assumptions we make based on what we see? This story challenges us to look deeper, to ask ourselves what we might be missing when we only focus on the obvious. It also reminds us that wisdom can come from unexpected places, and that even those who seem disadvantaged may have insights that are valuable and worth considering. The king's question about his lineage also raises an important point about identity and self-worth. Are we defined by our origins, or by what we make of ourselves? The blind man's response suggests that it is our actions, our decisions, and the way we live our lives that truly define us, not the circumstances of our birth. As the philosopher Seneca once said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." In this context, the king's poverty lies in his need for validation through his lineage, rather than recognizing the power and authority he already possesses. As you reflect on this story, consider how you can apply its lessons to your own life. Are there situations where you might be overlooking important details because you're too focused on what's right in front of you? Are there people in your life whose insights you might be undervaluing because they don't fit your idea of what wisdom looks like? And finally, what questions are you holding on to that might be distracting you from what's truly important? The blind man's wisdom invites us to let go of these distractions and focus on what really matters: understanding, empathy, and the choices we make. So as you move forward, ask yourself, how can you use the insights from this story to deepen your understanding of the world and the people around you? The answers you find might surprise you, just as they surprised the king. The blind man, who had already impressed the king with his wisdom, then spoke again. "Your Majesty, You are indeed your father's son, but your actions are influenced by a stingy merchant. This revelation both intrigued and pleased the king, sparking a sense of urgency within him. He rushed to his mother and with a heart full of determination asked, "Mother, tell me the truth. Am I truly my father's son, or am I someone else's? If you do not tell me the truth right now, I will end my life. I must know the reality of my lineage." His mother, understanding the gravity of her son's plea, replied, "My son, you are indeed the son of your father, but it is also true that you are under the influence of a stingy merchant." Hearing this confirmation, the king felt a wave of satisfaction and immediately returned to the blind man. "How did you know that I was under the influence of a stingy merchant?" he asked, eager to understand the depth of the blind man's insight. The blind man, ever composed, answered, "Your Majesty, you have asked me many questions, and I have provided you with the correct answers to all of them. If you were any other king, I would have received many rewards by now, yet you have not given me a single penny. From this, I deduced that you are very stingy." The king, realizing the truth in the blind man's words, laughed heartily, recognizing his own behavior reflected back at him with such clarity. He then promised, "Whatever you ask for, I will surely give you. But tell me, how do you know how to distinguish right from wrong? How can you provide such accurate answers?" The blind man, sensing the king's genuine curiosity, explained further, "Your Majesty, I was born blind. If I had eyes, I could easily understand anyone's thoughts by observing them. The mind has its own language, and this language can be seen through a person's actions, through their eyes, their lips, and how they carry themselves. These expressions are windows into what is happening inside their mind. But because I am blind, I rely on perceiving through actions. When I want to understand someone, I observe how they handle tasks, how they react under pressure, and how they navigate challenges. These actions reveal the truth of their thoughts, allowing me to see with clarity what others might miss." The king, now deeply engaged, asked the blind man a question that perhaps many of us have pondered. "So, does that mean I can also know someone's thoughts?" This question opens the door to a deeper understanding of how we, too, can apply these Stoic principles in our daily lives. The blind man's wisdom teaches us that understanding others is not about having special abilities, but about paying close attention to the details, the subtle cues that people give off through their behavior. In our modern lives, we often get caught up in the noise of words and miss the nonverbal communication that can tell us so much more. How often do we listen to someone's tone, observe their body language, or consider their actions when trying to understand what they truly think or feel? This story challenges us to think beyond the surface, to look at the world and the people around us with a more discerning eye. The blind man could not see in the conventional sense, but his ability to perceive was sharper than most. He understood that true insight comes from observation and analysis, not just from what is said, but from what is done. As Epictetus wisely noted, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. Listening, in this sense, isn't just about hearing words. It's about interpreting the full range of human expression. Applying this lesson to our own lives means taking the time to observe, to ask ourselves questions about what we see, and to connect the dots between a person's actions and their underlying thoughts. It means being patient and not rushing to judgment, but rather allowing the full picture to emerge. Just as the blind man gave the king tasks to see how he would respond, we too can better understand those around us by observing how they act in different situations. Are they calm under pressure? Do they react defensively when challenged? These are the kinds of insights that can reveal much about a person's inner world. The lesson here is profound. To truly understand someone, you must look beyond the obvious and pay attention to the subtle, often overlooked details. In doing so, you can develop a deeper, more accurate understanding of others, which will enhance your relationships and your ability to navigate the complexities of human interaction. So, as you go about your day, ask yourself, what can I learn from the actions of those around me? How can I use this knowledge to build stronger connections and make better decisions? The wisdom of the blind man teaches us that with careful observation and thoughtful analysis, we can all become better at understanding the minds and hearts of those we encounter. Thank you so much for being here and watching this video on How to Understand Anyone, Lessons in Understanding Others' Thoughts, Stoicism. I'd love to hear your thoughts. How do you apply Stoic principles to understand the thoughts and emotions of others in your daily life? If you're not sure what to comment, you could share a time when you successfully understand someone's feelings without them saying a word, or perhaps a lesson you've learned from practicing empathy and observation. Let's start a meaningful discussion in the comments below. The blind man, wise beyond his years and experience, responded to the king's question with a calm assurance. "Certainly, Your Majesty, you too can understand anyone's thoughts. But before you can do this, there is an important step you must take. You must first work on mastering your own mind." The key to understanding others begins with bringing your mind into the present moment. Often, our thoughts are scattered, dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. But to truly connect with another person, you need to be fully present, because that person is also existing in the present moment. How can you hope to understand someone else's thoughts if your mind is wandering through past memories or future anxieties? To know what someone is thinking right now, you must focus your mind and bring it to the here and now. The blind man then offered to share 3 simple yet powerful methods with the king, methods that would help him understand the thoughts of anyone he encountered. He began with the first method, saying, "The first step is to pay attention to the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, and for good reason. They do not speak with words, but they convey a great deal of unspoken information. If you learn to read the signals in someone's eyes, you can gain deep insights into what is happening in their mind, what they are thinking, and even what they might be planning to do next. Although I am blind now, I learned this skill from the Buddha Shakyamuni himself many years ago. At that time, I still had my sight, and I could understand a person's thoughts just by looking into their eyes." Continuing his explanation, the blind man offered practical advice. If you want to know what someone is thinking, focus on their eyes. Observe where they are looking, how their gaze moves, and in which direction their eyes travel. If their eyes dart around while you are speaking, it often means they are uncomfortable or trying to escape the conversation. They might even be lying. On the other hand, if someone avoids direct eye contact, it could be a sign that they fear their deceit will be uncovered, or that they are hiding something. But if a person's eyes remain steady and meet yours directly without much movement, it's likely that they are being honest, open, and genuinely interested in what you have to say. He then added, "It's not just about where the eyes are looking, but also about how the rest of the face reacts. Pay close attention to the movement of their eyebrows. If someone's eyebrows lower while they look away, it could indicate that they are deep in thought or troubled by something else entirely. Conversely, if their eyebrows raise and their eyes widen, it's usually a sign of surprise or curiosity about what you've said." There's also the matter of pupils, the small black centers of the eyes. If someone's pupils are dilated, it's a good sign they are interested in you or in what you're saying. Dilation can indicate excitement, happiness, or even affection. But if their pupils are constricted, it's often a sign of displeasure, anger, or discomfort. These insights offered by the blind man are not just ancient wisdom. They are still highly relevant in our modern lives. Think about a time when you were in a conversation with someone and felt that something was off. Maybe their words didn't quite match their body language, or you had a gut feeling that they weren't being completely honest. By learning to read the subtle cues in a person's eyes and facial expressions, you can gain a better understanding of their true thoughts and feelings, even when their words might suggest otherwise. But here's a question for you. How often do you really focus on the person you're speaking with? Are you truly present, or is your mind wandering elsewhere? The blind man's advice isn't just about understanding others. It's about being fully engaged in the moment. When you practice this level of mindfulness, you not only improve your ability to connect with others, but you also enhance your own sense of peace and clarity. As you move forward in your interactions with others, try applying these techniques. Notice where people's eyes are looking when they talk to you. Are they avoiding your gaze, or are they fully engaged? What does the movement of their eyebrows or the dilation of their pupils tell you about their emotional state? These observations, though subtle, can reveal a great deal about what someone is truly thinking or feeling. And remember, the key to mastering this skill lies in the present moment. The more you train yourself to focus on the here and now, the more attuned you will become to the thoughts and emotions of those around you. The blind man's teachings offer us valuable lessons not just in understanding others, but in understanding ourselves. By bringing our minds to the present and focusing on the small but telling details of human interaction, we can improve our relationships, make better decisions, and ultimately lead a more fulfilling life. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." So, as you go through your day, remember to focus your mind, observe the world around you carefully, and you'll find that understanding others becomes much more intuitive. The blind man, wise beyond his years and experience, responded to the king's question with a calm assurance, "Certainly, Your Majesty, you too can understand anyone's thoughts. But before you can do this, there is an important step you must take. You must first work on mastering your own mind." The key to understanding others begins with bringing your mind into the present moment. Often, our thoughts are scattered, dwelling on the past or worrying about the future. But to truly connect with another person, you need to be fully present, because that person is also existing in the present moment. How can you hope to understand someone else's thoughts if your mind is wandering through past memories or future anxieties? To know what someone is thinking right now, you must focus your mind and bring it to the here and now. The blind man then offered to share 3 simple yet powerful methods with the king, methods that would help him understand the thoughts of anyone he encountered. He began with the first method, saying, "The first step is to pay attention to the eyes. The eyes are often called the windows to the soul, and for good reason. They do not speak with words, but they convey a great deal of unspoken information. If you learn to read the signals in someone's eyes, you can gain deep insights into what is happening in their mind, what they are thinking, and even what they might be planning to do next. Although I am blind now, I learned this skill from the Buddha Shakyamuni himself many years ago. At that time, I still had my sight, and I could understand a person's thoughts just by looking into their eyes." Continuing his explanation, the blind man offered practical advice. If you want to know what someone is thinking, focus on their eyes. Observe where they are looking, how their gaze moves, and in which direction their eyes travel. If their eyes dart around while you are speaking, it often means they are uncomfortable or trying to escape the conversation. They might even be lying. On the other hand, if someone avoids direct eye contact, it could be a sign that they fear their deceit will be uncovered, or that they are hiding something. But if a person's eyes remain steady and meet yours directly without much movement, it's likely that they are being honest, open, and genuinely interested in what you have to say. He then added, "It's not just about where the eyes are looking, but also about how the rest of the face reacts. Pay close attention to the movement of their eyebrows. If someone's eyebrows lower while they look away, it could indicate that they are deep in thought or troubled by something else entirely. Conversely, if their eyebrows raise and their eyes widen, it's usually a sign of surprise or curiosity about what you've said. There's also the matter of pupils, the small black centers of the eyes. If someone's pupils are dilated, it's a good sign they are interested in you or in what you're saying. Dilation can indicate excitement, happiness, or even affection. But if their pupils are constricted, it's often a sign of displeasure, anger, or discomfort. These insights offered by the blind man are not just ancient wisdom. They are still highly relevant in our modern lives. Think about a time when you were in a conversation with someone and felt that something was off. Maybe their words didn't quite match their body language, or you had a gut feeling that they weren't being completely honest. By learning to read the subtle cues in a person's eyes and facial expressions, you can gain a better understanding of their true thoughts and feelings. even when their words might suggest otherwise. But here's a question for you. How often do you really focus on the person you're speaking with? Are you truly present, or is your mind wandering elsewhere? The blind man's advice isn't just about understanding others. It's about being fully engaged in the moment. When you practice this level of mindfulness, you not only improve your ability to connect with others, but you also enhance your own sense of peace and clarity. As you move forward in your interactions with others, try applying these techniques. Notice where people's eyes are looking when they talk to you. Are they avoiding your gaze, or are they fully engaged? What does the movement of their eyebrows or the dilation of their pupils tell you about their emotional state? These observations, though subtle, can reveal a great deal about what someone is truly thinking or feeling. And remember, the key to mastering this skill lies in the present moment. The more you train yourself to focus on the here and now, the more attuned you will become to the thoughts and emotions of those around you. The blind man's teachings offer us valuable lessons not just in understanding others, but in understanding ourselves. By bringing our minds to the present and focusing on the small but telling details of human interaction, we can improve our relationships, make better decisions, and ultimately lead a more fulfilling life. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius once said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." So, as you go through your day, remember to focus your mind, observe the world around you carefully, and you'll find that understanding others becomes much more intuitive. The blind man, who had already shared valuable insights with the king, continued to explain the third method of understanding others' thoughts. "Your Majesty," he began, "there is a third language you must learn if you wish to truly understand what someone is thinking, the language of gestures and body language. Words can often be deceptive, but the body rarely lies. The movements of the hands, the posture, the way someone shifts their weight or tilts their head, all of these subtle cues are part of a secret dialogue that goes on beneath the surface of spoken conversation. To truly grasp someone's thoughts, it's essential to pay close attention to these nonverbal signals." He went on to elaborate. "When people talk, their bodies naturally move in ways that reflect their emotions and intentions. You might have noticed that as someone speaks, their hands often come into play, creating gestures that emphasize or even contradict their words. This is because the body expresses what the mind is processing, often without the person even realizing it. For example, when someone is confident, their posture is upright, their gestures are controlled, and they occupy space with ease. When they are anxious or unsure, they might fidget, cross their arms defensively, or avoid making large gestures altogether. The blind man knew that understanding these subtle cues could provide the king and anyone else the ability to see beyond the surface. He continued, "The body and hands can convey a wealth of information without a single word being spoken. It's like a secret language that reveals what others want and feel through the small, often unconscious movements they make. Let's explore some of the common signs you might notice. When someone crosses their arms tightly across their chest, it's often a defensive posture, indicating that they are closed off or feeling threatened. On the other hand, if someone's hands are open and their palms are visible, it usually signals openness and honesty. If they lean in towards you while talking, they're likely engaged and interested in the conversation. But if they lean back or turn slightly away, it might mean they're disinterested or uncomfortable." As the blind man spoke, he made it clear that these observations were not just about reading the signs, but about understanding the emotions behind them. "You see, Your Majesty," he said, "each gesture, each movement, is a reflection of what is happening inside a person's mind. When you see someone tapping their foot or drumming their fingers, it's often a sign of impatience or anxiety. A person who frequently touches their face while speaking might be nervous, uncertain, or even lying. Meanwhile, someone who mirrors your movements, subtly copying your gestures, is likely trying to build rapport and connect with you on a deeper level." He continued to weave these ideas into practical advice, saying, "In modern life, we often overlook these nonverbal cues because we're so focused on the words being spoken. But remember, more than half of communication is nonverbal. The next time you're in a conversation, pay attention not just to what's being said, but how it's being said. Notice the gestures, the posture, the facial expressions. Are the person's words aligned with their body language? If not, the body's signals may be telling you a different story. The blind man's wisdom offers us a powerful tool for navigating our interactions with others. He wasn't just teaching the king how to observe. He was teaching him how to connect on a deeper level, to understand the unspoken feelings and thoughts that shape human behavior. This understanding is crucial, not just in the king's court, but in our everyday lives as well. Consider how often miscommunication occurs not because of what was said, but because of what was left unsaid or misinterpreted. By becoming more attuned to body language, we can bridge gaps in understanding, avoid unnecessary conflicts, and build stronger, more genuine relationships. The blind man concluded his lesson with a reminder that ties back to the core of Stoic philosophy. Your Majesty, as you learn to read these signs, remember that understanding others is not just about gaining an advantage, it's about empathy. It's about seeing the world through another's eyes, recognizing their struggles, fears, and desires, and responding with compassion. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good man should be one." In the same way, waste no time in judging others by their words alone. Look deeper, understand more, and respond with the wisdom of knowing what truly lies in their hearts. As you take these lessons into your daily life, ask yourself, how often do you really pay attention to the body language of those around you? What might you discover if you tuned in more closely to these subtle signals? The answers could lead to richer, more meaningful interactions, and a greater ability to navigate the complexities of human relationships with grace and insight. I once encountered a man who seemed restless and uneasy. His eyes darted everywhere, never meeting mine. This indicated anxiety and a desire to escape the conversation. Curious, I pressed him with a few more questions, and it turned out he was hiding something. This experience taught me that a person's facial expressions, particularly their eyes, can give away what they're truly feeling or thinking, even when their words might say otherwise. The face, as the wise have often said, is like a canvas that paints a picture of our emotions. If you want to understand someone deeply, you must learn to read these silent signs. For instance, when you see someone with the corners of their mouth turned down, forming a small frown, it's usually a sign of unhappiness, dissatisfaction, or loss. Even if they don't say a word, their facial expression reveals their inner turmoil. The eyes play a crucial role here too. A genuine smile isn't just about the mouth, it's about the eyes. When someone is truly happy, their smile lifts their cheeks and narrows their eyes, making them light up with joy. On the other hand, if the smile doesn't reach the eyes, it's likely forced or insincere. Consider the area between a person's eyebrows. When it's wrinkled and tense, it often signals that they are deep in thought, confused, or grappling with something difficult. Similarly, the mouth can be a significant indicator of what someone is feeling. A closed, tight mouth can suggest disagreement, disapproval, or reluctance to speak, while an open, relaxed mouth usually indicates openness, comfort, and a readiness to engage. These small, often overlooked details can reveal a wealth of information about what a person is truly experiencing inside. Let me share a story to illustrate this. I once met someone who seemed indifferent, almost as if they didn't care about anything. But I noticed a small wrinkle on their forehead, a tiny sign that something was troubling them. I gently asked if there was anything bothering them, and after some hesitation, they opened up about their problem. Once they shared, I could see the tension ease from their face and their eyes began to smile, a genuine smile that reflected a sense of relief and gratitude. This experience reinforced the idea that understanding someone's facial expressions can lead to meaningful connections and help you provide the support they might need. As you go through your daily interactions, ask yourself, how often do you truly observe the faces of those around you? Do you notice the slight changes in their expressions, the subtle cues that might tell you more than their words ever could? By honing your ability to read these facial signals, you'll be better equipped to understand others' emotions, whether they choose to express them verbally or not. This skill can greatly improve your relationships as you become more attuned to the unspoken needs and feelings of the people in your life. The key lesson is this: a person's face is a map to their heart. Whether they speak or remain silent, their facial expressions will often tell you everything you need to know. As Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher, wisely said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." By learning to read the colors of a person's face, their expressions, their eye movements, their subtle gestures, you can gain profound insights into their inner world. So next time you're in a conversation, take a moment to observe the other person's face. What are they really telling you? Their faces might just reveal the truth that words cannot. Understanding others is not just about hearing their words, but also about interpreting the subtle cues they give off through their body language. The body speaks a language of its own, often revealing more about a person's thoughts and emotions than they might ever express verbally. And now, we're going to delve into this silent yet powerful form of communication, body language, and uncover the secrets it holds. By the end of this discussion, you'll have a deeper insight into reading others and understanding the unspoken messages they convey. Body language is a universal language that speaks volumes without uttering a single word. It's a way people communicate their true thoughts and feelings, often unconsciously. And learning to read these signals can give you a profound understanding of those around you. Let's explore some common body language signs and what they typically mean. When someone crosses their arms tightly across their chest, it's often a defensive posture, indicating that they feel threatened, closed off, or uninterested in what's being discussed. This gesture acts as a barrier, suggesting that the person is not receptive to the conversation and may be protecting themselves emotionally. On the other hand, if someone's hands are open with their palms visible, this is a classic sign of openness and honesty. It suggests that the person is willing to engage, is being truthful, and has nothing to hide. This openness is often accompanied by a relaxed posture, indicating that the person is comfortable and at ease with the situation. When someone leans in during a conversation, it's usually a sign of interest and engagement. They are fully invested in what's being said. Conversely, if they lean back or turn slightly away, it could indicate disinterest, discomfort, or even disagreement. Let's not overlook the role of facial expressions in conveying emotions. A genuine smile, one that reaches the eyes and creates crow's feet at the corners, is a reliable indicator of true happiness and warmth. In contrast, a forced smile, where the mouth is smiling but the eyes remain unchanged, often signals insincerity or discomfort. Similarly, a furrowed brow can indicate confusion, concentration, or concern. When someone's eyebrows are raised, it typically signifies surprise or curiosity. These small movements may seem insignificant, but they are windows into what the person is really thinking. In modern life, where much of our communication is rushed and superficial, paying attention to these nonverbal cues can greatly enhance your interactions. Think about your last meeting or conversation. Did you notice how the other person was sitting? Did you observe their facial expressions or where their hands were? These details can provide valuable context that words alone might not convey. By tuning into these subtle signals, you can respond more appropriately, build better relationships, and avoid misunderstandings. Let me illustrate this with a story. I once encountered a colleague who seemed disengaged during a critical discussion. While his words were agreeable, his body language told a different story. He sat with his arms crossed, his body angled slightly away from the group, and he avoided making eye contact. Sensing his discomfort, I asked him privately if he had concerns about the project. This opened the door to a candid conversation where he expressed his reservations, which we were then able to address. This experience reinforced the importance of reading between the lines, understanding not just what is said, but what is left unsaid. Another important aspect of body language is the concept of mirroring. When two people are in sync, they often unconsciously mirror each other's gestures, postures, and expressions. This behavior is a sign of rapport and mutual understanding. If you notice someone mirroring your actions, it's a good indication that they are comfortable with you and are engaged in the conversation. You can even use this technique deliberately to build rapport. By subtly mirroring the other person's body language, you can create a sense of connection and trust. Understanding body language is like learning a new language, one that everyone speaks but few are fluent in. It requires observation, patience, and practice. But once you start paying attention to the subtle cues, the way someone stands, where they place their hands, the expression in their eyes, you'll begin to see a richer, more nuanced picture of their thoughts and feelings. As you move through your day, challenge yourself to tune into these signals. How does your coworker's posture change when discussing different topics? What do your friends' eyes reveal when they're talking about something personal? The answers to these questions can help you navigate relationships with greater empathy and insight. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius said, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thought. If you've made it this far, you're truly dedicated to mastering the art of understanding others. Drop a comment saying, "I see clearly now," to show you're committed to this Stoic journey of deeper connection and insight. Stick around, the journey continues. In today's fast-paced world, where many interactions are rushed or superficial, recognizing these signs can help you slow down and truly connect with the person in front of you. Have you ever noticed how a conversation feels different when the other person is genuinely engaged? The flow is smoother, the exchange more meaningful, and you walk away feeling heard and understood. This is the power of positive body language. It creates an environment where honest and effective communication can flourish. Now think about your own interactions. When you're speaking with someone, do you notice how often they make eye contact? How often do they smile? And is that smile reflected in their eyes? These small cues can reveal a lot about their attitude towards the conversation. In a work setting, for example, a colleague who consistently makes eye contact and smiles during meetings is likely someone who is engaged and values the team's input. This can be a sign that they are open to collaboration and eager to contribute positively to the group's efforts. On the other hand, a lack of these signs might indicate disinterest or discomfort, suggesting that the person might not be fully on board with the discussion at hand. In modern life, where digital communication often replaces face-to-face interactions, these physical signs of openness are even more crucial. While text messages and emails can convey words, they lack the richness of nonverbal communication. This is why video calls have become so important. They allow us to see and interpret these vital cues. During a video call, noticing if someone is making eye contact with the camera or if they're smiling genuinely can help you gauge their level of engagement and openness, even from afar. Let me share a story that illustrates the importance of recognizing these signs. A friend of mine once had to negotiate a crucial business deal. The stakes were high, and he knew that understanding the body language of his counterpart would be key to his success. During the meeting, the other party maintained steady eye contact and smiled genuinely throughout the discussion, signaling openness and a willingness to find common ground. Encouraged by these positive signs, my friend felt confident to propose a deal that was mutually beneficial. Because he had read the situation correctly, the negotiation ended in a successful agreement. This experience taught him, and can teach all of us, the importance of being attuned to these subtle but powerful signals. As you reflect on this, ask yourself, how often do you pay attention to these positive or open signs in your daily interactions? What might you discover about others, and even about yourself, if you tuned in more closely to these cues? Understanding these signs not only helps in personal interactions but can also be a powerful tool in professional settings, enhancing your ability to communicate, negotiate, and connect with others effectively. Recognizing and interpreting positive or open signs is a crucial skill in understanding others and building strong, meaningful relationships. As the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius wisely advised, The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By focusing on the positive signals others give, you can cultivate better relationships, foster deeper connections, and create an environment where honest and open communication thrives. When it comes to understanding others, the ability to read nonverbal cues is invaluable. While positive or open signs indicate that someone is engaged and receptive, negative or closed signs often tell a different story, one of discomfort, disinterest, or even emotional distress. These cues can be subtle, but they are powerful indicators of how a person is truly feeling, regardless of what they might be saying. For instance, when someone crosses their arms tightly across their chest, it's often a defensive posture. This gesture can suggest that the person is feeling threatened, closed off, or unwilling to engage in the conversation. It's a physical barrier that they put up, possibly without even realizing it, to protect themselves from something they perceive as uncomfortable or challenging. Another common closed sign is when someone avoids eye contact. Eye contact is a fundamental aspect of communication and connection. When someone deliberately looks away or avoids meeting your gaze, it often signals that they are uncomfortable, hiding something, or simply not interested in the interaction. Looking down is another similar sign. It can indicate feelings of shame, insecurity, or submission. When a person is looking down while speaking to you, they might be feeling overwhelmed by the situation or uncertain about how to proceed. These negative or closed signs are essential to recognize because they can help you navigate conversations more effectively. If you notice these cues, it's a signal that the person you're interacting with might need some reassurance, a change in the approach of the conversation, or perhaps even some space. Understanding these signs can prevent misunderstandings and help you address issues before they escalate. For example, if you're in a business meeting and notice that a colleague has suddenly crossed their arms and started avoiding eye contact, it might be a sign that they're uncomfortable with the direction of the discussion. Recognizing this can allow you to adjust the conversation, perhaps by asking for their opinion directly or by reassuring them that their concerns are valued. Let's explore how these signs manifest in real-life situations. Imagine you're having a conversation with a friend who, despite nodding along to what you're saying, suddenly crosses their arms and starts looking down. You might initially think that they're agreeing with you, but their body language suggests otherwise. This could be a sign that they are feeling judged, uncomfortable, or even that they disagree with you but are hesitant to voice it. By picking up on these cues, you can ask open-ended questions to encourage them to share their true thoughts, which might lead to a more honest and productive dialogue. Famous Stoic philosopher Epictetus once said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This wisdom is highly applicable when interpreting body language. The closed signs you observe are not just about what the other person is experiencing. They are also about how you choose to respond. Do you push forward with the conversation, potentially ignoring their discomfort? Or do you pause to address what might be causing them to close off? Your reaction can significantly impact the outcome of the interaction. In our increasingly digital world, where so much communication happens through screens, it's easy to overlook the importance of body language. However, even in virtual meetings, you can observe some of these signs. If someone in a video call is frequently looking away from the screen, avoiding eye contact, or even physically distancing themselves from the camera, these could all be indicators that they're not fully engaged or comfortable. Recognizing these signs in a virtual setting can be just as important as in face-to-face interactions. Here's a story that highlights the importance of understanding these negative or closed signs. A manager once noticed that during team meetings, one of her employees would frequently cross his arms and avoid eye contact whenever a particular project was discussed. Instead of ignoring these signs, the manager decided to have a one-on-one conversation with the employee. She discovered that he had serious reservations about the project but didn't feel comfortable voicing them in the group setting. By acknowledging his body language and giving him space to express his concerns privately, she was able to address the issues and adjust the project plan to accommodate his valuable insights. This not only improved the project, but also strengthened the trust between the manager and her employee. What do you do when you notice someone crossing their arms, looking down, or avoiding eye contact? Do you push ahead with the conversation as planned, or do you take a moment to address what might be causing their discomfort? By becoming more attuned to these subtle cues, you can create a more empathetic and understanding environment in both your personal and professional relationships. Recognizing and understanding negative or closed signs is crucial for effective communication and deeper connections. By being aware of these nonverbal cues, you can adjust your approach, address underlying issues, and ultimately foster more meaningful interactions. Remember, as the Stoics teach us, it's not just about what we observe, but how we choose to respond. In your next conversation, pay close attention to these signals. What are they telling you, and how can you use that knowledge to enhance the dialogue? This practice of mindfulness and observation will not only help you understand others better, but also improve the quality of your interactions and relationships. Recognizing signs of anxiety in others is an essential skill when it comes to understanding human behavior. These subtle cues can reveal a lot about what a person is feeling, even when they try to hide their emotions. Anxiety signs are often easy to miss because they are usually small, repetitive actions like biting nails, twisting hands, or fidgeting. These behaviors are the body's way of coping with stress or nervousness, and they speak volumes about what's going on inside a person's mind. When someone bites their nails, for instance, it's often a subconscious way to relieve tension or distract themselves from their anxious thoughts. Similarly, twisting hands or fidgeting can indicate that a person is feeling uncomfortable or is under pressure. The significance of these signs goes beyond just identifying anxiety. It's about understanding the underlying reasons for these behaviors. When you notice someone biting their nails or twisting their hands, it's a clear signal that they might be struggling with something internally. This awareness gives you the opportunity to approach the situation with empathy and patience. Instead of pushing forward with a conversation or task that might be causing stress, you can take a moment to address their feelings, offer support, or simply give them the space they need. Recognizing these signs is the first step in helping others manage their anxiety, and it also helps you build stronger, more trusting relationships. Let's bring this concept into a real-world scenario. Think about a time when you were in a meeting or a social gathering and noticed someone repeatedly fidgeting or biting their nails. Perhaps it was a colleague who, despite their calm demeanor, kept twisting their hands under the table during a presentation. What was your reaction? Did you dismiss it as a harmless habit, or did you consider that it might be a sign of deeper anxiety or stress? These behaviors are not just random. They are expressions of the person's inner turmoil, often unnoticed by others, but critical to understanding their mental state. The philosopher Seneca once said, "There is nothing in the world so much admired as a man who knows how to bear unhappiness with courage." This quote highlights the Stoic approach to handling anxiety and stress, facing it with strength and composure. However, not everyone has mastered this skill, and that's where our understanding and support come into play. By recognizing the signs of anxiety in others, we can offer them the compassion they need to navigate their struggles. It's not about solving their problems for them, but about being present, listening, and offering reassurance. In modern life, where stress and anxiety are all too common, being able to recognize and respond to these signs can make a significant difference in your interactions. Whether you're dealing with a stressed-out coworker, a nervous friend, or even a family member who's struggling, your ability to notice these small cues can help you provide the right kind of support. For instance, if you see a friend biting their nails during a difficult conversation, you might pause and ask them how they're feeling or if there's anything on their mind. This simple act of acknowledging their anxiety can open the door to a deeper, more meaningful dialogue where they feel safe to express their concerns. Here's a story that illustrates the impact of recognizing anxiety signs. A manager at a fast-paced tech company noticed that one of her employees, a usually confident team member, had started to fidget constantly during meetings. He would twist his hands, avoid eye contact, and sometimes even bite his nails. Behaviors she hadn't noticed before. Instead of ignoring these signs, the manager decided to have a private conversation with the employee. She gently asked if everything was all right and if he was feeling particularly stressed about any projects. The employee, relieved to be asked, admitted that he was overwhelmed by the current workload and was afraid of not meeting deadlines. The manager then worked with him to prioritize tasks and redistribute some of the work, significantly reducing his stress. This not only improved the employee's performance, but also strengthened the trust between them. As you think about this story, consider how you might apply this awareness in your own life. How often do you notice when someone is exhibiting signs of anxiety? And more importantly, how do you respond? Do you brush it off, or do you take the time to address it with empathy? By becoming more attuned to these subtle signs, you can improve your relationships and create a more supportive environment for those around you. Anxiety signs like nail biting, hand twisting, or other fidgeting behaviors are not just habits. They are indicators of a person's emotional state. Recognizing these signs allows you to respond with empathy, offering support and understanding rather than ignoring or dismissing the person's feelings. As Marcus Aurelius wisely noted, the happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. By cultivating a mindset that values empathy and understanding, you can help others manage their anxieties and foster stronger, more meaningful connections. Next time you notice someone exhibiting signs of anxiety, ask yourself how you can be a source of comfort and support. Your awareness and compassion could make all the difference in helping them navigate their challenges with greater ease. Thank you for being part of today's video. Before we proceed, I want to express my sincere gratitude for your presence in our community. Whether you're here to share your thoughts or just to let us know you're part of this journey, your engagement means the world to us. If you're new, simply comment, "I am a newbie." Or if you've been with us for a while, comment, "I am Stoic." Your interaction is what keeps us motivated. Understanding when someone is bored or uninterested is crucial for maintaining effective communication and meaningful interactions. Boredom signs, though subtle, can be clear indicators that your message isn't resonating or that the person you're speaking with has mentally checked out. Recognizing these signs allows you to adapt your approach, re-engage your audience, or change the subject to something more relevant or interesting to them. One of the most obvious signs of boredom is a lack of eye contact. When someone avoids looking into your eyes, it often indicates that their mind is elsewhere. Eye contact is a fundamental part of human connection, and when it's missing, it's usually a sign that the person is not fully engaged in the conversation. They might be looking at their phone, gazing around the room, or simply staring off into space, anywhere but at you. This can happen in meetings, casual conversations, or even during a presentation, and it's a clear signal that something needs to change. Another sign of boredom is when someone's body language becomes disengaged. They might start slouching in their chair, tapping their fingers, or shifting restlessly. These physical cues are often accompanied by distracted behaviors, such as doodling, checking the time repeatedly, or even yawning. These actions suggest that the person is not invested in the conversation and is likely thinking about something else entirely. This is where understanding the subtleties of body language becomes essential. As Marcus Aurelius, the Stoic philosopher, once said, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." When someone is bored, their thoughts are not aligned with the present moment, they are elsewhere, reflecting their inner state through their outward behavior. So, what can you do when you notice these signs of boredom? First, it's important to acknowledge them, not by calling the person out directly, but by adjusting your approach. If you're in a meeting and see that your colleague is disengaged, try to bring them back into the conversation by asking a question directly related to their expertise or interests. If you're in a one-on-one conversation, you might shift the topic to something you know they're passionate about, or simply ask for their thoughts on what you've been discussing. The goal is to reconnect with the person and bring their attention back to the present. Let's consider a real-life scenario that many of us have experienced. You're giving a presentation at work, and halfway through, you notice a few people in the room are checking their phones, doodling on their notepads, or staring out the window. These are all signs that they've lost interest in what you're saying. Rather than continuing down the same path, you might pause and ask the group a question that requires their input. Or you could introduce a new, more engaging element to the presentation, such as a surprising fact, a relevant story, or a visual aid. By recognizing and addressing boredom, you can transform a disengaged audience into an attentive and interested one. In modern life, where distractions are plentiful and attention spans are short, it's easy for people to become bored or disengaged, especially when the topic doesn't immediately resonate with them. This is why it's more important than ever to be attuned to the subtle signs of boredom and take proactive steps to re-engage your audience. Whether you're having a conversation over coffee, leading a team meeting, or giving a public talk, the ability to notice and respond to boredom can make the difference between a successful interaction and a missed opportunity. A story that illustrates the power of understanding boredom signs comes from a manager who noticed that during team meetings, one of her employees would frequently seem distracted, avoiding eye contact and fidgeting in his seat. Instead of ignoring these signs, she decided to have a private conversation with him after the meeting. She asked if there was anything about the meetings that wasn't working for him, or if he had any suggestions for making them more engaging. The employee admitted that the meetings often covered information that didn't pertain to his work, leading him to lose interest. By recognizing these signs and addressing the issue, the manager was able to restructure the meetings to be more relevant to each team member, resulting in a more engaged and productive group. As you think about this story, reflect on your own interactions. How often do you notice signs of boredom in the people you're talking to? And more importantly, how do you respond when you see these signs? Do you continue as if nothing is wrong, or do you take steps to re-engage the person? By becoming more aware of boredom signs and learning to address them effectively, you can improve your communication skills, build stronger connections, and ensure that your message is heard and valued. Recognizing and understanding signs of boredom is an essential part of effective communication. When someone avoids eye contact, becomes fidgety, or seems distracted, it's a clear signal that they are not engaged with what you're saying. As the Stoics remind us, it's not just about the message you're delivering, but about how it's being received. By tuning into these nonverbal cues and adjusting your approach accordingly, you can keep your audience interested, make your interactions more meaningful, and ultimately become a more effective communicator. Interest and excitement are often conveyed through subtle yet powerful signs that can tell you more about a person's feelings than their words alone. When someone is truly captivated by what you're saying, they tend to show it through their body language and facial expressions. One of the clearest signs is the way their eyes move, glancing at you with bright, focused attention, often accompanied by a slight widening of the eyes, which indicates that they are fully engaged and eager to hear more. Their eyes might light up with enthusiasm, reflecting the genuine excitement they feel about the topic at hand. Positive gestures are another key indicator of interest and excitement. These can include nodding in agreement, leaning forward slightly as if they're drawn into the conversation, and using animated hand movements to express their thoughts. These gestures are often subconscious, revealing a person's true emotions without them even realizing it. When someone is nodding along while you speak, it's a sign that they are not just hearing you, but actively processing and agreeing with what you're saying. Leaning in shows that they are invested in the conversation, literally and figuratively moving closer to you, both in physical space and in understanding. Think about the last time you were in a conversation that truly captivated you. What did you do? You probably found yourself leaning in, nodding along, and maintaining eye contact, eager to absorb every word. This kind of body language is universal. It transcends cultures and is a natural part of human interaction. When we're excited or interested, our bodies naturally respond in ways that encourage the other person to keep talking, to keep sharing, because we're fully engaged and want to know more. This is why recognizing these signs in others is so important. It tells you when you've hit on something meaningful, something that resonates deeply with the person you're speaking to. Now, let's consider how these signs play out in everyday life. Suppose you're in a meeting at work, presenting a new idea to your team. As you speak, you notice a few colleagues leaning forward, their eyes fixed on you, nodding as you outline your plan. You see one or two of them glancing around the room as if making mental connections between your idea and the company's goals. These are all strong indicators that they are not just listening, but that they are genuinely interested and excited about what you're proposing. This is the kind of feedback you can't get from words alone. These nonverbal cues tell you that your message is landing well and that your audience is on board. But what happens when you don't see these signs? If your audience is sitting back, arms crossed with dull, uninterested expressions, it's a clear sign that you need to adjust your approach. Maybe the topic isn't resonating, or perhaps you need to inject more energy or ask more engaging questions. The absence of these positive gestures can be just as telling as their presence. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus wisely noted, we have 2 ears and 1 mouth so that we can listen twice as much as we speak. This idea is especially relevant when considering body language. Listening with your eyes, observing these subtle cues, can give you a deeper understanding of what your audience is really thinking. In modern life, where so much communication happens through screens and devices, it's easy to miss these vital nonverbal cues. However, even in virtual meetings, you can still pick up on interest and excitement through eye contact, gestures, and posture. If someone is sitting upright, making consistent eye contact with the camera, and nodding along, it's a good sign that they're engaged. These cues might be more subtle in a digital setting, but they're still there if you know what to look for. Let me share a story that highlights the importance of recognizing interest and excitement in others. A friend of mine, who is a teacher, noticed that one of her students, who was usually quiet and reserved, started leaning forward in his seat and nodding enthusiastically during a lesson on a topic that clearly resonated with him. Intrigued, she decided to engage him more directly, asking questions that related to his interests. The student's participation increased and he became one of the most active members of the class. This experience taught her, and can teach all of us, the value of tuning into these subtle signs. By recognizing and responding to them, she was able to foster a deeper connection with her student and unlock his potential. In conclusion, recognizing and responding to signs of interest and excitement is key to successful communication. When someone's eyes light up, when they lean in and nod along, these are not just random gestures. They are powerful indicators that you're connecting with them on a deeper level. As Marcus Aurelius, the great Stoic emperor, advised, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By focusing on these positive cues, you can cultivate better conversations, build stronger relationships, and create a more engaging and fulfilling dialogue. As we wrap up today's video on how to understand anyone, lessons in understanding others' thoughts, Stoicism, it's essential to remember that understanding others goes beyond just hearing their words. It's about paying attention to the subtle cues, the glances, the gestures, the body language that reveal their true thoughts and emotions. By honing your ability to read these signs, you can connect more deeply with those around you, fostering stronger relationships and navigating life's complexities with greater wisdom and empathy. Marcus Aurelius once said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By focusing on understanding and empathy, you not only improve your interactions but also enhance the quality of your own life. If you found value in today's discussion, please take a moment to like this video, share it with others who might benefit from these insights, and subscribe to Stoic in Your Life for more content on applying Stoic principles to everyday situations. Don't forget to hit the notification bell so you never miss an update. Let's continue this journey together, exploring the timeless wisdom of Stoicism and how it can transform our understanding of ourselves and others. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. People do not come into our lives by chance. Stoicism. Have you ever noticed that certain people seem to enter our lives just when we need them the most? It's almost as if they were sent with a purpose, to deliver a message, offer guidance, or help us navigate a challenge. Have you ever felt a strong sense of familiarity with someone you just met, as if you had known them in a past life? In today's video, we'll delve into the profound idea that people don't come into our lives by chance, but for a specific reason, a concept deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy. Get comfortable and stay with us till the end, because the insights we're about to share could transform the way you view your relationships and life encounters. But before we dive in, don't forget to subscribe to Stoic in Your Life, turn on notifications, and share this video. Your support helps us create valuable content that nurtures your spiritual and philosophical growth every day. One. In a tranquil Japanese garden, an elderly monk named Hotaka sat meditating beneath the delicate blossoms of a cherry tree. As the petals danced around him, a young man named Hiroshi approached with a mix of reverence and curiosity. "Master," Hiroshi began, "I often meet people who seem familiar, as if our souls are somehow connected. Other times I encounter individuals who bring me unease, as if their presence is meant to challenge me. Do people come into our lives by chance?" Hotaka opened his eyes, his gaze steady and wise. "Hiroshi," he said, "people do not come into our lives by accident. This truth runs deeper than we often realize. Every encounter, every relationship carries significance. Some people will walk with us only for a short while others will accompany us through the twists and turns of our journey." The monk rose gracefully, gesturing towards the sky. "Consider the birds above," he continued. "They do not fly aimlessly. They are guided by the currents of the wind, just as we are guided by unseen forces in our lives." This story of Hotaka and Hiroshi captures a profound Stoic principle: the interconnectedness and purpose behind our relationships. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic philosophers, once said, "The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it." This reminds us that every person we encounter plays a role in the grand tapestry of our lives, contributing to our growth and understanding. When we think about the people who enter our lives, it's important to recognize the lessons they bring. Some individuals may challenge us, testing our patience and resilience. These encounters are not random, but are opportunities for us to practice the Stoic virtues of wisdom, courage, and temperance. They teach us to remain steadfast and composed, even when faced with adversity. On the other hand, those who bring joy and support enrich our lives in different ways. They remind us of the beauty of companionship and the strength found in unity. As Seneca wisely stated, one of the most beautiful qualities of true friendship is to understand and to be understood. These meaningful connections help us navigate life's complexities with a sense of solidarity and mutual respect. In modern life, the idea that people do not come into our lives by chance can be a powerful guide. Consider the colleagues at your workplace, the friends you meet through various activities, or even the strangers you encounter briefly. Each interaction holds potential meaning. By embracing this perspective, we can approach our relationships with greater intentionality and mindfulness. For instance, in a professional setting, viewing your interactions through a Stoic lens can enhance your leadership and teamwork. Understanding that each team member contributes uniquely to the collective goal fosters an environment of respect and collaboration. When challenges arise, instead of seeing them as obstacles, we can see them as opportunities to strengthen our character and problem-solving abilities. In personal relationships, adopting this mindset encourages us to value and nurture our connections. We become more attentive listeners, more compassionate partners, and more supportive friends. The Stoic practice of reflecting on our day and our interactions, as recommended by Epictetus, helps us learn from our experiences and continually strive to improve. Moreover, recognizing the non-random nature of our encounters can help us cope with loss and separation. When someone leaves our life, it is not merely an end but a transition. As the Stoic philosopher Epictetus said, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how." Understanding the purpose behind our relationships, even those that end, gives us strength and clarity. In today's fast-paced world, it's easy to overlook the deeper significance of our interactions. We often rush through conversations, distracted by technology and multitasking. However, by slowing down and being present, we can fully appreciate the people we meet and the lessons they bring. This mindful approach enriches our lives, fostering personal growth and a deeper sense of connection. The wisdom of Stoicism teaches us that people do not come into our lives by chance. Every encounter, whether positive or challenging, serves a purpose in our journey. By embracing this perspective, we can navigate our relationships with greater wisdom, compassion, and resilience. Let us remember the words of Marcus Aurelius: "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart." Through this lens, we can find meaning and fulfillment in the intricate web of human connection. Charles Hiroshi gazed at the birds soaring across the sky, pondering deeply on the master's profound words. The serenity of the moment was palpable, yet it was laced with the weight of wisdom. Hotaka, standing beside him, continued with a voice filled with calm authority. "Think of your life as a garden," he said. "Every person who enters your life is like a seed sown by destiny. Some blossom into vibrant flowers, adding color and joy for a fleeting season, while others grow into towering trees, offering shade and stability for years. Each one brings the potential for new growth and learning." Hiroshi nodded, his mind drifting to the myriad of flowers and trees that had dotted the landscape of his life. He could see the faces of those who had come and gone, each leaving behind an indelible mark. Hotaka's words were a gentle reminder of the transient beauty and enduring strength that people can bring into our lives. "The people who hurt us," Hotaka continued, his voice tinged with empathy, "are often our greatest teachers. They are the sharp stones on our path. Though they cause pain, they challenge us to grow and uncover our inner strength." Hiroshi closed his eyes, allowing the memories of past hardships to surface. He could see the faces of those who had caused him pain, yet in hindsight, he recognized the lessons they had imparted. "And then there are those who appear when we need them the most," Hotaka said, gesturing towards a majestic tree with deep roots. "Just as the roots of this tree provide support during stormy days, these people offer us strength and comfort in our darkest hours." Hiroshi's thoughts turned to those who had stood by him during his toughest times, their support as unwavering as the roots of the tree before him. Reflecting on Hotaka's teachings, Hiroshi couldn't help but think of his friend Kenji. They had met during a difficult period in Hiroshi's life, when he was grappling with a series of personal setbacks. Kenji had been a stranger then, yet he had extended a helping hand without hesitation. Over time, their bond grew stronger, much like the roots of the tree Hotaka had mentioned. Kenji's unwavering support had been a beacon of hope, helping Hiroshi navigate through his challenges with renewed strength and resilience. This story of Kenji and Hiroshi exemplifies the essence of Hotaka's wisdom. It shows how people come into our lives for a reason, often when we need them the most, bringing with them lessons and support that shape our journey. It's a reminder that every encounter, no matter how brief or painful, has the potential to contribute to our growth and understanding. Now think about your own life. Who has been a vibrant flower, adding fleeting beauty and joy? Who has been a mighty tree, offering steadfast support? And who, despite causing you pain, has taught you valuable lessons? By reflecting on these questions, you can gain a deeper appreciation for the people who have crossed your path and the roles they have played in your life's journey. The key lesson here is to recognize and value the significance of every individual we encounter. They are all part of our life's garden, each contributing in their unique way to our growth and development. Embrace the flowers for their beauty, the trees for their strength, and the sharp stones for the lessons they teach. By doing so, we cultivate a richer, more resilient garden of life, filled with wisdom and compassion. 3. Hiroshi thought of a person who had been his refuge during a delicate period, a solid anchor in the midst of a storm, someone who later left his life, even though he wished they had stayed. We often ponder why certain people come into our lives, their impact so profound that their departure leaves a lingering void. But what if I told you that every person we meet is meant to be part of our journey, that their presence, whether brief or enduring, is no mere coincidence? Imagine standing at the edge of a vast ocean, each wave representing the ebb and flow of people in our lives. Hotaka, a wise elder, once imparted a timeless truth to young Hiroshi. Some remain with us forever. They are like fixed stars in our sky, bright and constant, true friends, family members, or a soulmate. With them, we share the burdens of our days and the joy of our successes. This wisdom speaks to the core of Stoic philosophy, which teaches us to cherish and find meaning in our relationships. As Hiroshi reminisced, he realized the significance of these fixed stars. They are the anchors in our lives, grounding us with their unwavering support and love. Think about those who have been your solid rock during turbulent times. How have they shaped your journey? Have you taken a moment to express gratitude for their presence? Hotaka's words resonated deeply. Recognize and appreciate every person who crosses your path, young hero. Each is an essential part of your story, and you are a part of theirs. Life is an intricate web of destinies, and each encounter contributes to the fabric of your existence. This intricate web is what makes our lives rich and meaningful. Every thread, every person, adds texture and depth to our experiences. Consider the transient relationships, those who come into our lives for a short while. They too serve a purpose. They are like shooting stars, illuminating our sky briefly but leaving a lasting impression. How often do we reflect on these fleeting connections and their impact on our growth and understanding? People come into our lives for a reason, a season, or a lifetime, said an unknown sage. This quote encapsulates the essence of our interactions. Some teach us valuable lessons, others accompany us through specific phases, and a few stay with us forever. Each type of relationship is crucial, shaping our perspectives and enriching our lives. Reflecting on your life, can you identify those who were there for a reason, teaching you lessons that only they could impart? What about those who were there for a season, walking with you through certain chapters of your life? And then, those who remain, lifetime companions, steadfast in their presence. In the vast tapestry of life, every encounter is a stitch that holds the fabric together. Seneca, a prominent Stoic philosopher, once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." This insight reminds us that our perception of relationships and their endings often brings more pain than the reality of their purpose. How can we shift our mindset to see the value in every interaction, rather than dwelling on their departure? Life's beauty lies in its impermanence. Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic great, advised, "Accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart." This counsel encourages us to embrace each relationship wholeheartedly, understanding that fate's hand guides these connections. Have you ever wondered about the strangers you pass by daily, the brief conversations that left an impact? These seemingly insignificant moments are threads in your life's fabric. What if each of these encounters holds a hidden lesson or a spark of inspiration? How can we become more mindful of the people we meet, recognizing their role in our journey? Every person we meet is a teacher, a companion, a co-traveler in our life's journey. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, urged us to make the best use of what is in your power and take the rest as it happens. This wisdom applies to our relationships as well. We must cherish and nurture the connections we have while gracefully accepting those that change or fade away. How do you approach the end of a meaningful relationship? Do you cling to the past, or do you find solace in the memories and lessons shared? Embracing the Stoic mindset, we can find peace in knowing that each person played their part in our story. As you reflect on your relationships, past and present, ask yourself, how have these connections shaped who I am today? What have I learned from each person I've met? By contemplating these questions, we begin to see the intricate design of our lives where every encounter has a purpose. People do not come into our lives by chance. Every person you meet is an essential thread in the fabric of your existence, contributing to your growth, understanding, and journey. As you navigate through life, embrace each connection with gratitude and an open heart, knowing that they are part of the grand tapestry of your destiny. How will you honor the relationships in your life today? Thank you all for being here and watching this video on the intriguing topic. People do not come into our lives by chance. Stoicism. What do you think about the idea that every person we meet has a purpose in our lives? Have you ever had an encounter that felt destined or significant? If you're unsure of what to comment, feel free to share a story about someone who has had a meaningful impact on your life and how it influenced your journey. Remember, your experiences and insights can inspire others. I look forward to reading your thoughts and stories in the comments below. 4. Have you ever pondered the notion that every individual who crosses your path does so with a purpose, each encounter weaving a unique thread into the fabric of your life? This timeless wisdom, deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, reveals that our relationships and interactions are not mere coincidences but profound opportunities for growth and enlightenment. Know that there are fundamentally three types of individuals who enter our lives: those who support us on the path of our evolution, pushing us to overcome limits and reach new levels of awareness; those who bring a breath of renewal to our inner world, revitalizing our perspectives; and those who encourage us to continue, reinforcing our resolve. The philosopher Epictetus once said, "It is not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." This is especially true when we consider the people we encounter. Their role, no matter how brief, is crucial. They remind us of the true nature of our path, strengthening our determination to move forward. Hiroshi listened intently, absorbing the wisdom of his master's words, understanding that every person in his life had a purpose, and every encounter held a deeper meaning. This realization aligns with the Stoic belief that the universe operates in a rational and purposeful manner. As Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, wrote, "The universe is change. Our life is what our thoughts make it." By recognizing the significance of each relationship, we align ourselves with this rational order and find meaning in our interactions. But their role is crucial. They remind us of the true nature of our path, strengthening our determination to move forward. This guidance from others, even if momentary, acts as a beacon in our journey. Just as a lighthouse guides ships through turbulent waters, these individuals help us navigate the complexities of life. They might challenge us, provoke us, or comfort us, each interaction serving as a catalyst for our personal development. As Seneca aptly put it, difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body. The challenges we face in our relationships and the lessons we learn from them fortify our spirit. The master's words helped the young novice, who in the following years continued to follow the path illuminated by Hotaka. Every encounter, whether a casual passerby or a lasting life partner, became for him a precious piece in the mosaic of his existence. Through challenges and joys, Hiroshi learned that every person, every experience, brought with it a hidden gift, a precious teaching that contributed to his growth and spiritual fulfillment. This perspective is essential in modern life, where interactions can often seem superficial or fleeting. By embracing the Stoic view that each person has a role in our journey, we can transform our everyday encounters into opportunities for growth. In today's fast-paced world, it is easy to overlook the value of those we meet. We often rush through our days, missing the chance to connect deeply with others. However, by adopting a Stoic mindset, we can approach each interaction with mindfulness and appreciation. The wisdom of Stoicism teaches us to be present and to recognize the potential for learning and growth in every relationship. As Epictetus advised, "He who is not satisfied with a little is satisfied with nothing." By finding contentment and meaning in our connections, no matter how brief or insignificant they may seem, we enrich our lives and deepen our understanding of ourselves and others. Hiroshi's journey reflects this timeless truth. As he encountered diverse individuals, he realized that every person had something to offer. Whether it was a lesson in patience, a moment of joy, or a challenge to overcome, each interaction added depth to his character and wisdom to his soul. This approach can transform our lives as well. By seeing the value in every person we meet, we can cultivate a sense of gratitude and curiosity, making our journey more fulfilling and purposeful. To truly embrace this Stoic principle, we must also learn to let go of our expectations and judgments. Often we categorize people based on our preconceived notions, missing the unique gifts they bring. Instead, we should approach each relationship with an open heart and mind, ready to learn and grow. As Marcus Aurelius advised, accept the things to which fate binds you, and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart. This attitude allows us to form deeper connections and find greater meaning in our interactions. Recognizing that people do not come into our lives by chance, but with a purpose, can profoundly impact our personal growth and fulfillment. By embracing the wisdom of Stoicism, we can see every encounter as an opportunity to learn, evolve, and strengthen our resolve. As we navigate our paths, let us remember the words of the Stoic philosophers and approach each relationship with mindfulness and gratitude, transforming our lives into a rich tapestry of meaningful connections and experiences. 5 people do not come into our lives by chance. This fundamental belief, deeply rooted in Stoic philosophy, teaches us that every encounter holds a purpose and contributes to the tapestry of our lives. In a bustling city, where every day is a whirlwind of activities and faces, it's easy to dismiss the people we meet as mere coincidences. Yet, Stoicism encourages us to see beyond the surface and recognize the deeper significance of these interactions. A young man named Alex once found himself struggling with the chaotic rhythm of his urban life. He moved to the city for work, leaving behind the familiarity of his hometown and the comfort of known faces. The city was vast, impersonal, and at times, overwhelming. In his quest to find meaning and connection, Alex stumbled upon a small, serene park, a hidden oasis amid the concrete jungle. It was here that he met an elderly man named John, who spent his afternoons feeding the pigeons and reading philosophy books. Initially, their encounters were brief nods and polite smiles. But one day, noticing Alex's weary expression, John struck up a conversation. They talked about the city's challenges, the pressures of modern life, and, eventually, philosophy. John introduced Alex to Stoicism, sharing how it had transformed his perspective on life. He spoke of Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus, emphasizing how these ancient teachings could still resonate deeply in today's world. As time passed, Alex found himself visiting the park regularly, drawn not just by the tranquility it offered, but by the wisdom John imparted. One afternoon, John shared a story that had profoundly impacted him. It was about a novice monk who sought enlightenment and came across a wise teacher named Hotaka. The teacher taught him that life is a constant flow of meaningful encounters, each contributing to the unique beauty of our existence. This resonated deeply with Alex, who began to see his urban encounters in a new light. John explained that the Stoics believed every person we meet plays a role in our personal development. Whether they bring joy, challenge, or pain, they contribute to our growth and understanding. This concept helped Alex shift his perspective. He started seeing his colleagues, neighbors, and even strangers on the subway as integral parts of his journey. Each interaction, whether pleasant or difficult, was an opportunity to practice virtues like patience, kindness, and resilience. One day, as Alex walked to work, he noticed a woman struggling with a heavy bag. Remembering John's teachings, he offered to help. They struck up a conversation and discovered they had mutual friends. This chance encounter led to a lasting friendship, reminding Alex of John's words. We do not meet people by accident. They are meant to cross our path for a reason. This new perspective not only enriched Alex's personal life, but also improved his professional relationships. He began to approach conflicts with a calm and open mind, seeking to understand rather than react. This change did not go unnoticed. His colleagues appreciated his newfound patience and empathy, leading to a more harmonious work environment. Reflecting on his journey, Alex realized how each person he met had shaped his path. From his supportive family and inspiring teachers to challenging bosses and kind strangers, every encounter had contributed to his growth. He saw his life as a mosaic, with each person adding a unique piece to the picture. The teachings of Stoicism, as imparted by John, reminded Alex of the interconnectedness of human experiences. In a world where technology often isolates us, these ancient principles brought him closer to others, fostering a sense of community and shared purpose. So, next time you find yourself dismissing an encounter as trivial, pause and reflect. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this person? How might this interaction shape my journey? By embracing the Stoic belief that every meeting is meaningful, you open yourself to a richer, more connected existence. Life is a series of interconnected stories, and each person you meet is a character in yours. The lesson here is profound. Embrace every encounter, for they are not random, but rather significant threads woven into the fabric of your life. Recognize the value in each person you meet and the lessons they bring. By doing so, you not only honor the Stoic principles, but also enrich your own journey, creating a life filled with meaning and connection. As we've talked about this earlier, know that there are fundamentally 3 types of individuals who enter our lives. Those who support us on the path of our evolution, pushing us to overcome limits and reach new levels of awareness. Those who bring a breath of renewal to our inner world, revitalizing our perspectives. And those who encourage us to continue, reinforcing our resolve. 6. The first type of individuals we encounter on our path of evolution are those who support us, akin to the sturdy branches of a tree that help us climb higher and reach new heights. These remarkable individuals are instrumental in our personal growth and development. They consistently challenge us to transcend our perceived limitations, urging us to expand our consciousness and embrace a broader perspective of life. These supportive figures often manifest in the form of mentors, teachers, or friends. They are the ones who offer us invaluable guidance and wisdom, acting as beacons of light in times of uncertainty. Their presence in our lives is not merely coincidental, but rather a pivotal force that propels us toward our highest potential. Mentors, in particular, play a crucial role. They are seasoned individuals who have traversed paths similar to ours and possess a wealth of knowledge and experience. Their mentorship is characterized by their willingness to share their insights and lessons learned from their own journeys. They inspire us to adopt new strategies, think critically, and approach challenges with a resilient mindset. Through their mentorship, we gain the courage to take bold steps, make informed decisions, and navigate the complexities of our personal and professional lives with confidence. Teachers, on the other hand, provide us with the intellectual tools and frameworks needed to understand and interpret the world around us. They ignite our curiosity and encourage us to question the status quo. Through their teachings, we are exposed to new ideas and perspectives that broaden our understanding and stimulate intellectual growth. A great teacher does more than impart knowledge. They instill a passion for learning and a drive to continually seek out new knowledge and understanding. They are the ones who help us realize that education is a lifelong journey, not just a finite phase of our lives. Friends who support us on our evolutionary path are equally significant. These friends are not just companions. They're the ones who see our potential even when we doubt ourselves. They offer emotional support and encouragement, often providing a listening ear and a comforting presence during challenging times. True friends challenge us to be better versions of ourselves, not through harsh criticism, but through genuine concern and constructive feedback. They celebrate our successes and stand by us through our failures, helping us to view setbacks as opportunities for growth and self-improvement. The influence of these supportive individuals often leads us to profound self-discovery and personal development. They help us uncover hidden talents and strengths that we may not have recognized on our own. By pushing us out of our comfort zones, they enable us to realize our capabilities and potential. This process of self-discovery is crucial for personal growth, as it allows us to build a stronger sense of identity and purpose. We begin to understand our values, passions, and goals more clearly, paving the way for a more fulfilling and meaningful life. Furthermore, these individuals teach us the importance of resilience and perseverance. They model how to handle adversity with grace and determination, showing us that setbacks and failures are not endpoints, but rather stepping stones on the path to success. Their unwavering support and belief in us serve as a source of motivation and inspiration, encouraging us to keep striving for our goals even when the journey becomes arduous. In addition to personal growth, the influence of these supportive figures often extends to our professional lives as well. Mentors and teachers in particular can open doors to new opportunities and networks, helping us to advance in our careers. They provide us with the guidance needed to navigate the complexities of the professional world, offering advice on everything from skill development to career transitions. Their insights and connections can be invaluable in helping us achieve our professional aspirations. Moreover, the lessons learned from these individuals often have a ripple effect, impacting not just our own lives but also the lives of those around us. As we grow and evolve, we become better equipped to support and uplift others, continuing the cycle of growth and development. We learn the value of paying it forward, using the knowledge and wisdom gained from our mentors, teachers, and friends to help others on their own journeys. The individuals who support us on our path of evolution are like the sturdy branches of a tree, providing us with the stability and support needed to climb higher and reach new heights. Their influence challenges us to grow, expand our consciousness, and strive for our highest potential. Whether they come in the form of mentors, teachers, or friends, their guidance and wisdom lead us to profound self-discovery and personal development. Through their support, we gain the courage, resilience, and insight needed to navigate the complexities of life and achieve our goals. Their impact extends beyond our own lives, inspiring us to support and uplift others, thus perpetuating a cycle of growth and evolution. If you've made it this far, you understand the profound connections we make in life. Drop a comment saying, "Every encounter matters," to show you're embracing this Stoic journey. Stick around, the best is yet to come. Stoicism 7. The second type of people, those who bring renewal to our inner world, can be likened to a refreshing rain that revitalizes a parched landscape. Picture a dry, cracked earth, desperate for moisture. When the rain finally comes, it soaks into the ground, bringing life back to the soil, allowing flowers to bloom, trees to thrive, and the entire ecosystem to flourish once more. These individuals play a similar role in our lives. These people introduce new ideas, perspectives, and experiences into our lives in a way that is both invigorating and transformative. They challenge us to look at the world through a different lens, often prompting us to reconsider long-held beliefs and assumptions. Their influence encourages us to break free from the rigid patterns and routines that can sometimes stifle our growth and creativity. By inviting us to embrace change, they help us to see the myriad possibilities that lie before us, possibilities that we might have previously overlooked or deemed unattainable. Their presence often brings a sense of excitement and rejuvenation that can be incredibly energizing. When we encounter such individuals, it's as if a spark is ignited within us. We begin to feel a renewed sense of curiosity and wonder about the world around us. This newfound enthusiasm can lead to personal growth and self-discovery as we explore new interests, hobbies, and passions that we might not have considered before. Moreover, these people serve as catalysts for our own personal development. By exposing us to different ways of thinking and being, they help us to expand our horizons and push beyond our comfort zones. This can be a profoundly liberating experience as we begin to realize that we are capable of far more than we ever imagined. The excitement they bring into our lives is not just a fleeting feeling, but a deep-seated sense of renewal that can have lasting impacts on our overall well-being. In addition to inspiring personal growth, those who bring renewal to our inner world also play a crucial role in helping us navigate the challenges and uncertainties of life. Their fresh perspectives can provide us with valuable insights and solutions to problems that we might have been grappling with for a long time. By offering a different viewpoint, they help us to see situations from multiple angles, allowing us to make more informed and balanced decisions. These individuals often possess a unique ability to connect with us on a deeper level, fostering a sense of understanding and empathy that can be incredibly comforting. In their presence, we feel seen, heard, and valued for who we truly are. This emotional support can be a powerful motivator, encouraging us to pursue our dreams and aspirations with greater confidence and determination. Furthermore, those who bring renewal to our inner world often have a knack for encouraging us to embrace our authentic selves. They help us to shed the masks and facades that we may wear to fit in or please others, and instead, encourage us to be true to our own values and beliefs. This process of self-acceptance can be incredibly empowering as we learn to honor our own unique journey and embrace the person we are becoming. In many ways, these individuals act as guides or mentors, gently steering us towards our true potential. They help us to see the beauty and possibility in every moment, encouraging us to live more fully and authentically. Their presence is a constant reminder that growth and change are not only possible, but essential for our overall well-being. It is important to recognize and cherish the people in our lives who bring this sense of renewal. Their impact is often subtle yet profound, like the gentle rain that nourishes the earth. They may not always be aware of the significant role they play in our lives, but their influence is undeniable. By valuing and appreciating their contributions, we can ensure that we continue to grow and evolve, both as individuals and as a collective. Those who bring renewal to our inner world are like a refreshing rain that revitalizes a parched landscape. They introduce new ideas, perspectives, and experiences that challenge us to see the world differently and embrace change. Their presence brings a sense of excitement and rejuvenation, helping us to break free from old patterns and explore new possibilities. They serve as catalysts for personal growth, offering support, guidance, and encouragement along the way. By recognizing and valuing these individuals, we can continue to nurture our own growth and development, ultimately leading to a more fulfilling and meaningful life. I think of navigating the vast, unpredictable seas of life. Amidst the crashing waves and turbulent storms, there exists a beacon of hope, a steady, reliable light that guides us through our darkest times. This light emanates from those extraordinary individuals who encourage us to continue, to keep moving forward even when the journey seems insurmountable. Their unwavering support and reassurance act as our North Star, helping us stay on course when challenges threaten to derail us. These remarkable individuals come in many forms. They might be lifelong friends who have stood by our side through thick and thin, offering their steadfast presence and a shoulder to lean on. Family members, too, often play this pivotal role, grounding us with their unconditional love and faith in our abilities. And sometimes, it's the kindness of strangers or passing acquaintances, a smile from a barista on a tough morning, a few comforting words from a coworker, or a compassionate ear from someone we barely know. That can make all the difference. What makes these people so vital to our journey is their ability to see our potential even when we doubt it ourselves. They have an innate talent for recognizing our strengths and reminding us of our worth. When the road gets rough and the horizon seems bleak, their encouragement acts as a powerful antidote to despair. They help us tap into our inner reservoirs of strength and resilience, reminding us that we have the capacity to overcome adversity. Consider the friend who calls us just as we're about to give up on a long-held dream. Their words, full of genuine belief in our abilities, reignite the spark within us. or the family member who listens without judgment when we pour out our fears and frustrations, providing a safe haven where we can regroup and find our footing again. These moments of support, though they may seem small, have a profound impact. They create ripples of positivity that can change the trajectory of our lives. These supporters are like lighthouses along the shore, casting their light across the tumultuous waters, guiding us safely to harbor. Their light does not waver, it remains constant, a testament to their unwavering belief in us. They understand that encouragement is not just about offering praise, but about fostering a deep sense of confidence and self-belief. They help us to see our setbacks not as failures, but as opportunities for growth and learning. In the face of adversity, it's easy to feel isolated and overwhelmed. The challenges we encounter can make us question our path and our purpose. However, the encouragement we receive from these steadfast individuals serves as a crucial reminder that we are not alone. Their faith in us reinforces our own faith in ourselves. It reminds us that we possess an indomitable spirit capable of weathering any storm. Their influence extends beyond just moments of crisis. They inspire us to adopt a mindset of perseverance and resilience in our daily lives. By embodying the principles of unwavering support and encouragement, they teach us the value of being there for others. We learn from their example the importance of extending kindness and understanding, of being that steady light for someone else. Moreover, the impact of their encouragement is cumulative. Each instance of support adds to a reservoir of strength within us, fortifying our resolve and our ability to face future challenges. We begin to internalize their positive affirmations, integrating them into our self-narrative. Over time, their encouragement helps us to build a more resilient and confident version of ourselves. In a world that often feels chaotic and uncertain, these individuals provide a sense of stability and hope. They are the unsung heroes of our personal journeys, whose quiet acts of kindness and support create profound and lasting change. Their encouragement is a testament to the power of human connection and the profound impact we can have on each other's lives. As we navigate our own paths, let us not forget the importance of these guiding lights. Let us cherish and appreciate those who encourage us and strive to be that source of unwavering support for others. In doing so, we create a ripple effect of positivity and resilience, fostering a community where everyone can thrive. So, the next time you find yourself in a dark place, remember the steady, reliable lights in your life. Draw strength from their encouragement and let it fuel your determination. And whenever possible, be that light for someone else. In a world that can often feel dark and daunting, a little encouragement can illuminate the way forward, guiding us all toward a brighter, more hopeful future. In the grand tapestry of life, every person we encounter holds a unique and indispensable role in our personal journey. These individuals, whether they are family members, friends, colleagues, or even strangers, significantly shape our experiences and influence our responses to the world around us. It's a profound truth that by recognizing and appreciating the myriad ways people contribute to our lives, we can gain a deeper understanding of our own path, allowing us to move forward with greater clarity, purpose, and resilience. Consider for a moment the impact of our closest relationships. Our families, for instance, are often our first teachers. From them, we learn foundational values such as love, kindness, respect, and perseverance. These early lessons serve as the bedrock upon which we build our character. Parents and siblings play a crucial role in molding our perceptions of the world, teaching us through their actions and words how to navigate life's challenges. Their influence is profound and lasting, shaping our behaviors, attitudes, and even our dreams. Friends, on the other hand, add a different dimension to our lives. They are the chosen family, the people we turn to in times of joy and sorrow. Friendships enrich our existence with companionship, support, and shared experiences. Through our interactions with friends, we learn about trust, loyalty, and empathy. They challenge us, celebrate with us, and often provide a mirror through which we can see ourselves more clearly. In their company, we find solace, understanding, and a sense of belonging that is essential to our well-being. Colleagues and professional acquaintances also play a significant role in our journey. In the workplace, we learn crucial skills such as teamwork, communication, and problem-solving. Our interactions with colleagues can inspire us, push us to excel, and help us grow both professionally and personally. The challenges we face together and the successes we achieve as a team contribute to our sense of accomplishment and purpose. Moreover, mentors and leaders in our professional sphere often provide guidance and wisdom that can profoundly impact our career trajectories and personal growth. Even encounters with strangers can leave a lasting imprint on our lives. A kind word from a passerby, a helpful gesture from a stranger, or an unexpected conversation can all contribute to our understanding of humanity and our place within it. These seemingly fleeting interactions can teach us valuable lessons about kindness, generosity, and the interconnectedness of all people. They remind us that we are part of a larger community and that our actions, no matter how small, can have a ripple effect on the world around us. In recognizing the roles these individuals play, we also come to understand that each person we meet is on their own, unique journey. Everyone we encounter carries their own set of experiences, challenges, and wisdom. By appreciating this diversity, we can foster a sense of empathy and compassion that enriches our own lives. We begin to see that our paths are interconnected, and that the support and understanding we offer to others can ultimately enhance our own journey. Furthermore, by reflecting on the contributions of others, we gain insights into our own strengths and weaknesses. We learn to appreciate the qualities that others bring into our lives, and in doing so, we become more aware of the qualities we ourselves possess. This self-awareness is crucial for personal growth and development. It allows us to identify areas where we can improve and to recognize the unique gifts we have to offer to the world. Understanding the impact of others on our journey also encourages us to cultivate gratitude. When we acknowledge the positive influence of those around us, we develop a deeper appreciation for the blessings in our lives. Gratitude has been shown to enhance well-being, reduce stress, and foster positive relationships. By regularly expressing our thanks to those who support and inspire us, we strengthen our connections and create a more positive and fulfilling life experience. Moreover, recognizing the roles of others in our journey can inspire us to pay it forward. When we reflect on the kindness, support, and wisdom we have received, we're motivated to offer the same to others. This creates a cycle of generosity and compassion that not only benefits those around us, but also enriches our own lives. By contributing to the well-being and growth of others, we find a deeper sense of purpose and fulfillment. In essence, every individual we encounter is a part of the intricate mosaic that is our life. Their contributions, whether significant or subtle, help shape our experiences and influence our responses to the world. By acknowledging and appreciating these contributions, we can gain a deeper understanding of our own journey. We can move forward with a clearer sense of purpose, guided by the lessons we have learned from those around us. Ultimately, the recognition of others' roles in our lives is a testament to the interconnectedness of the human experience. It reminds us that we are not alone on our journey, but rather, we are part of a vast and intricate web of relationships that shape and define who we are. Embracing this interconnectedness allows us to navigate our path with greater clarity, purpose, and resilience, knowing that we are supported and enriched by the presence of others. In doing so, we can continue to grow, learn, and thrive, forging a meaningful and fulfilling life. Thank you for joining us in today's video. Before we move on to the next segment, I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude to you. It's a pleasure to have you as a member of our community. Please feel free to share your story or personal impressions. Alternatively, if you're unsure of what to say, simply leave a comment saying, "I am a newbie," if you've just joined us. Or, "I am Stoic," if you've been with us for a while. Your engagement not only signifies your presence, but also serves as a significant motivation for us. All right, let's continue this journey together, shall we? 10. Have you ever wondered why certain people cross our paths, providing wisdom and support, or challenging us in ways that spur our growth? It's no coincidence. The universe intricately weaves these encounters into the fabric of our lives, guiding us through its master plan. Embracing this Stoic perspective can transform our understanding of relationships and their profound impact on our journey. In a tranquil monastery high in the mountains, an elderly monk named Takashi shared his timeless wisdom with a young novice named Sora. "Master," Sora inquired, "I often ponder why some people come into my life offering guidance and support while others challenge me in ways I can't quite understand. Do people come into our lives by chance?" Takashi smiled gently, replying, "No, Sora. People do not enter our lives by accident. The universe has a way of guiding us through the presence of others, each person playing a role in our journey. Think of the seasons. Each brings its changes and challenges, yet all are essential for growth." This story beautifully encapsulates a fundamental Stoic principle: the belief that our interactions with others are not random, but purposeful. Recognizing the significance of each relationship, we can appreciate how these connections shape our path and contribute to our personal growth. The universe, in its wisdom, places people in our lives to fulfill specific roles, whether as mentors, friends, or even challengers, each imparting lessons crucial for our development. When we encounter people who guide us, they often provide the wisdom and insight necessary to navigate life's complexities. These individuals, appearing as mentors, teachers, or friends, offer unique lessons and support. Their presence is not coincidental, but a manifestation of the universe's way of helping us grow. Take, for instance, a mentor at work who not only helps us improve professionally but also teaches us resilience and perseverance. Or a friend who offers unwavering emotional support, reminding us that we are not alone in our struggles. Even brief interactions with strangers can leave lasting impacts, nudging us towards self-reflection and growth. In our daily lives, this Stoic perspective encourages us to view each relationship as an opportunity for learning and development. Consider the colleagues who offer professional guidance, the friends who provide emotional support, or even the strangers whose brief interactions leave a lasting impact. Each connection holds the potential to guide us toward a deeper understanding of ourselves and our place in the world. By embracing this mindset, we become more mindful and appreciative of the lessons others bring, whether through challenges or support. This perspective not only enriches our interactions, but also helps us cultivate a more resilient and compassionate outlook on life. Reflecting on challenging times, the people who guide us can serve as beacons of hope and strength. Their wisdom and encouragement help us navigate adversity with grace and resilience. As we ponder these relationships, we can find solace in knowing that we are not alone in our journey. The guidance we receive from others is a testament to the interconnectedness of our experiences and the shared human journey. Seneca, another Stoic philosopher, wisely remarked, "Sometimes even to live is an act of courage." The support we receive from others can bolster this courage, helping us face life's trials with newfound strength. Moreover, embracing the purposeful nature of our interactions allows us to approach relationships with a sense of gratitude and openness. Instead of viewing challenges as mere obstacles, we can see them as opportunities for growth. The people who test our patience or challenge our perspectives often catalyze significant personal development. By recognizing their role in our journey, we can transform frustration into appreciation and adversity into wisdom. In the hustle and bustle of modern life, it's easy to overlook the profound impact of our interactions. Yet when we pause to reflect, we can see how each person we encounter plays a part in our story. Whether through fleeting moments or enduring connections, these interactions shape our experiences and our understanding of the world. By adopting a Stoic approach, we can navigate our relationships with a sense of purpose and mindfulness, enriching our lives and the lives of those around us. Ultimately, understanding that people do not come into our lives by chance but for a reason, we can foster deeper, more meaningful connections. We become more attuned to the lessons each person brings, whether they provide comfort in difficult times or challenge us to grow. As we journey through life, guided by the wisdom of Stoic philosophy, we can appreciate the intricate web of relationships that shape our path, finding strength, solace, and enlightenment in the presence of others. The story of Takashi and Sora serves as a poignant reminder that our relationships are not mere coincidences, but integral parts of our journey. By embracing the Stoic belief in the purposeful nature of these interactions, we can navigate life with greater mindfulness, resilience, and compassion. As Epictetus famously said, "We are not disturbed by what happens to us, but by our thoughts about what happens." Let us choose to see each person we encounter as a guiding hand, leading us towards growth and enlightenment. In a bustling city, a young woman named May constantly felt tested by the people she encountered, whether it was a difficult boss or a challenging colleague. Overwhelmed by these conflicts and obstacles, May sought solace one evening in a quiet park, where she met an old man named Kenji, who radiated a sense of calm wisdom. "Why do I always meet people who challenge me?" May asked Kenji, her frustration evident. Kenji smiled knowingly and replied, "Challenges are a part of our journey, May. The people who test us are not there by chance but to help us grow. Just as a blade is tempered by fire, our character is strengthened by the trials we face." This encounter highlights a crucial Stoic belief: the importance of challenges and the people who bring them into our lives. Epictetus, a renowned Stoic philosopher, stated, "Difficulties are things that show a person what they are." The individuals who challenge us play a vital role in our personal development, pushing us to overcome our limitations and discover our inner strength. In our lives, we often encounter people who test our patience, resilience, and understanding. These interactions, while uncomfortable, are essential for our growth. They force us to confront our weaknesses, refine our virtues, and develop a deeper sense of self-awareness. By viewing these challenges through a Stoic lens, we can appreciate the value they bring to our journey. Consider the demanding boss who insists on perfection. Through their high standards, we learn the importance of discipline, perseverance, and attention to detail. Think about a challenging colleague whose differing perspectives test our communication and conflict resolution skills. These interactions teach us to navigate differences and build stronger, more cooperative relationships. Even the difficult relationships in our personal lives, perhaps with family or close friends, offer invaluable lessons in empathy, forgiveness, and emotional resilience. One modern story that beautifully illustrates this Stoic principle involves a young entrepreneur named Alex. Alex started a tech company and quickly found success, but as his company grew, so did his challenges. He encountered a particularly difficult investor who was never satisfied and always pushed for more. Initially, Alex saw this investor as a constant source of stress and frustration. However, over time, he realized that this investor's relentless demands were forcing him to think more strategically, improve his business model, and ultimately become a better leader. Alex's ability to see the investor not as an obstacle but as a catalyst for growth was a turning point in his career. He learned to embrace the discomfort and use it to fuel his development, echoing the Stoic belief that adversity is an opportunity for growth. By embracing the challenges others bring, we can transform adversity into opportunities for growth. This mindset empowers us to face difficulties with courage and composure, knowing that each trial is a step toward becoming our best selves. As we navigate these interactions, we cultivate a more profound understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Moreover, the people who challenge us also teach us the importance of humility and gratitude. They remind us that growth often comes from discomfort and that every difficult encounter is an opportunity to learn and evolve. By appreciating these lessons, we can develop a more balanced and resilient approach to life. So, How can you shift your perspective to see challenging people as valuable teachers? Reflect on your recent interactions. Who has tested you, and what have you learned from these experiences? By doing this, you start to see the hidden value in every difficult encounter. Consider adopting a Stoic exercise. At the end of each day, review the challenges you faced and identify the lessons they brought. This practice helps you transform daily adversities into valuable insights, fostering a mindset of continuous growth. Ultimately, the lesson here is clear. The people who challenge us are not obstacles but guides, steering us toward personal growth and greater resilience. By viewing these interactions as opportunities rather than setbacks, we can approach life with a sense of purpose and empowerment. Every difficult person we meet and every challenging situation we face are integral parts of our journey, shaping us into stronger, wiser individuals. Embrace these challenges and let them forge you into the person you are meant to become. 12. Amidst the serene landscapes of a small village, a young woman named Aiko found herself struggling with the loss of a loved one. She felt lost and alone, unable to find solace in her grief. One day she met an elderly woman named Yuki, who offered her a comforting presence and a listening ear. "Why do some people seem to know exactly what we need in our darkest moments?" Aiko asked, tears in her eyes. Yuki gently held Aiko's hand. "Because they are sent to us for a reason, Aiko. The universe has a way of bringing comforters into our lives when we need them the most. They remind us that we are not alone and that we have the strength to heal." This story beautifully illustrates a fundamental Stoic principle, the belief that comforters enter our lives with a purpose. Seneca, a renowned Stoic philosopher, once said, "One of the most beautiful qualities of true friendship is to understand and to be understood." The people who offer us comfort and support play a crucial role in our healing and growth, providing the emotional sustenance we need to navigate life's challenges. Have you ever thought about the people who have come into your life during difficult times? How did their presence impact you? In our lives, comforters can appear as friends, family members, or even strangers who offer kindness and support. Their presence is a reminder of the interconnectedness of our human experience and the importance of empathy and compassion. By recognizing the significance of these relationships, we can find strength and solace in knowing that we are not alone in our struggles. Think about a time when someone's kindness made a difference in your life. What did you learn from that experience? The comforters in our lives help us navigate difficult times with grace and resilience. They offer a safe space for us to express our emotions, providing the understanding and support we need to heal. Their kindness and empathy remind us of the beauty of human connection and the power of shared experiences. Marcus Aurelius, another great Stoic philosopher, once said, "Accept the things to which fate binds you and love the people with whom fate brings you together, but do so with all your heart." Can you recall a moment when fate brought someone into your life just when you needed them the most? By appreciating the comforters in our lives, we can cultivate a deeper sense of gratitude and compassion. We learn to value the support we receive and to extend the same kindness to others in their times of need. This perspective fosters a sense of community and mutual support, enriching our lives and the lives of those around us. How do you show gratitude to the comforters in your life? Have you ever considered how you can be a comforter to others? In challenging times, the comforters we encounter provide a beacon of hope and strength. Their presence reminds us that we have the resilience to overcome adversity and the capacity to heal. By embracing the support they offer, we can navigate our challenges with greater confidence and courage. Epictetus, a Stoic philosopher, taught us that we are not disturbed by what happens to us, but by our thoughts about what happens to us. How can changing our perspective on the presence of comforters in our lives transform our experience of hardship? In conclusion, the Stoic belief that people do not come into our lives by chance offers a powerful perspective on relationships and human interactions. By recognizing the purpose and significance of each encounter, we can approach our relationships with greater mindfulness and appreciation. Whether through guidance, challenges, or comfort, the people we meet play a crucial role in our personal growth and development. By embracing this Stoic principle, we can cultivate a more resilient, compassionate, and fulfilling life. How will you embrace the support and presence of comforters in your journey? In conclusion, the moral of our story is simple yet profound. People do not come into our lives by chance. Every encounter, no matter how brief or intense, enriches our journey. Life is a magnificent voyage of discovery, and each person we meet brings a unique gift. Some leave unexpectedly, others might challenge us, but each one fulfills a role in meeting our needs or desires. True wisdom lies in embracing every encounter with an open heart and learning from the lessons life presents us. As we strive toward our goals, we inevitably face challenges and trials that may leave us feeling helpless. It is precisely in these moments that the universe sends us individuals who provide the courage and support we need. Their encouragement strengthens us to continue our journey and overcome obstacles. As Hotaka wisely said, "Every encounter is a musical note. Listen carefully to the melody revealed through the people who cross your path. Find beauty in the harmony of human connections." Remember, whether it is love, a special friendship, or a passing acquaintance, each encounter has the power to change us forever. Thank you for watching. If you found value in this video, please like, share, and subscribe to our channel, Stoic in Your Life. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos. Stay inspired and keep embracing the wisdom of Stoicism in your daily life.